2016 joint Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen budget hearings. Tonight is the Board of Education and the Department of Public Works. If everyone would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to ask our Superintendent, Dr. Title, to lead us in the pledge tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, in just a moment, I'll turn the meeting over to Dr. Title for his about 30-minute presentation. Is that correct? Kind of rules of the road tonight. First of all, I want to thank and recognize the efforts of Dr. Title and his team, Doreen, and the rest of the central office team for all the hard work that goes into the budget presentations. Quite frankly, the books get better each year, and I know that you're quite proud of the fact that last year, I believe you actually won an award for your budget book. So at least in going through them, and several of us have been this for many years now, the books are well organized and easy to follow, so we appreciate those efforts, and we know how much goes into that, so thank you. Also, thank you in advance for your attention to follow-up items, because I know we typically have a fair amount of follow-up items, and both the town side and the Board of Education side are very good at doing that, so we appreciate those efforts. Tonight, this is typically the night when we get more public comment than any other budget session that we hold. And we typically are pretty informal in terms of allowing public comment with no timers or anything like that. But in this night, if it gets too long or too many people want to talk, we do have to establish some limits. And what I would ask is, no matter what side of the issue you are, and obviously when you're talking about education, there's a fair amount of emotion that comes into play, that we maintain respect and decorum for opposing viewpoints. And remember, this is being broadcast. So there could be actually kids at home watching this or others. The second thing is, let's try to keep the comments to about 2 minutes in length. And the third item is, let's try not to be overly repetitive. If there's something to add to the dialogue, a point that hasn't been raised, we most certainly want to hear it. We are also all available via email. And believe it or not, we do read all those emails. It's a little bit difficult to respond to them all, because in a typical budget year, we can get perhaps thousands of emails. But I know from talking to colleagues through the years, they do get read and they are considered. So feel free to keep those coming. The other item is, a number of years ago, I think it's 7 or 8 years ago, we did add an additional session, and that's a Saturday morning session. And this year, that's Saturday, March 28th, and that'll be at Fairfield Ludlow High School Auditorium. That is the Board of Finance only. It's at 9:30 a.m., and that is what we refer to as our public forum, and that's where we're quiet and you guys talk, as opposed to watching our meeting. And that's where we want to hear the public's comments and considerations and concerns are at that meeting. And again, there will be public comment tonight, so you'll have 2 opportunities for that. I know we have several board members who are late due to work commitments, and they should be here momentarily, as well as the first selectman. Do we have any other questions or comments from board members? Anything to follow up on? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Dr. Title and your team, and Jim and I will move our big heads out of the way.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Dwyer and I would ordinarily be co-presenting this because this is the Board of Education's budget as much as it is mine. However, I think he thinks the meeting's at 7:30 for some reason, because he had a role in this that I'm now going to take. So on behalf of the Board of Education and the chairman, I'm glad to be able to present information about the school system, an overview of our budget. I'm very proud to be the superintendent of the school system, and very proud of our students and staff. And your support of this budget every year is greatly appreciated. So just to recap briefly in the big picture here, you are paying for a very comprehensive and rigorous program of not just academics, but athletics, arts, and extracurricular activities. In past years, I've gone through all of that with you, and I've decided not to do that this year. In previous years, I've also gone through a whole bunch of test scores with you, and I'm not doing that this year either. There's a little of a change up on this presentation, but I think it goes without saying that, we offer a tremendous amount of value in all of these areas. They're all very important, and it allows us to continue to make Fairfield a very attractive town on par with others in southern Fairfield County. Now, in the last 4 or 5 years, well, the school system has always been, excellent. We have continued to try to improve it. I want you to sort of take away from the next few slides that we've been actively working over the last 5 years and before my time to improve it. I just want to summarize a few of those areas where I think I'd like to point out that the investment of the resources that you've given us has led to improvements in a number of areas. Again, I've pointed out in previous years the significant improvement in our test scores, but I want to point out a few other areas as well. We have an aggressive schedule of continuously upgrading our curriculum so that our students are offered updated content and resources. And over the last 4.5 years, you can see the areas there that we have upgraded. In addition, we have been increasing the number of students taking and succeeding in AP courses. I do have some data to show you on that, offered some new AP courses. So we are making progress in that area. And after how many years, some of you will know, 20, 25 years of trying, we finally have selected a new high school schedule that will go into effect next year, that will increase instructional hours, which will be above the state average for the first time in forever. All students will be able to have lunch, and there is no staff increase associated specifically with the schedule. So we believe we've come up with a way to add instructional hours, add the lunch, and not increase staff as a result of the schedule. Now, you'll see we do add staff at the high school, but that's enrollment-driven, not schedule-driven. I'm very proud of that last one. Some of you have been around for a long time know that has been a long time coming. We have been introducing new ways of assessing students in reading and math in the early grades so that we can intervene and accelerate kids. Our autism program continues to be, in my view, world-class and now extends all the way up through high school. Several years ago, we actually converted to full-day kindergarten. That was actually something that increased instructional time and saved money because we didn't have to make those bus runs in the middle of the day. As part of our commitment to racial imbalance, we've expanded pre-K for low-income students, which is associated with improved outcomes, and at the same time kept ourselves on the edge of staying racially balanced, although that's every year is a trick. We've provided additional support to struggling learners, and our data suggests that we've been very successful at moving kids based on the testing from the struggling areas up into being much more successful, and that's not just at the lower levels, that's also even at the high school level. And we have, and people forget this, but a couple, 3 years ago, we did revise and expand our Gifted and Talented program. There have been attempts to expand it even further that haven't moved, but the program is enhanced from where it was in 2010. And then just in general, one of the things we're always striving for is greater consistency and consistent delivery of a common curriculum. Our curriculum leaders have a critical part of that. And while there's always work to be done there, we can always be more consistent than we are. But you've got 900 teachers out there all instructing in their classrooms, and there's going to be some degree of inconsistency, but I think we've really narrowed that down in part due to our curriculum revisions that I made reference to, but also the leadership and support of the curriculum leaders after the curriculum is approved. I've made a very big push on using teams and data in all aspects of the school system. That's going to be a strategy moving forward to accelerate the progress even further. Every school has a school improvement plan. that improves not just academic learning, but now includes improving climate under the new state mandate, but it's the right thing to do anyways. We have data teams. These are teachers and administrators working together to analyze student performance data and adjust their instructional practice based on what the data tells them, as opposed to a hunch. We've been working very hard to establish coherence all the way up and down the system, so that if you've got school improvement plans, then teachers' individual goals are aligned with the school improvement plans. And then when we have the district improvement plan that's in development right now, we are going to be having departments, schools, and the district improvement plan all in alignment. And that really will, I think, accelerate our progress even faster. And one of the projects we've worked on, which is also teachers and administrators together, you may hear this term out there, is instructional rounds. And this is where teachers and administrators, sometimes just teachers, looking at an area of practice, instructional practice that they're trying to improve on, go into each other's classrooms and give them feedback on that, much the way of medical rounds where doctors are stumped on something and they all collaborate. This is sort of the teacher version of medical rounds. The stakes aren't quite as high, but it's the same concept. Building leadership capacity has also been another I think trademark of what we've tried to do here in the last 4 to 5 years. We've been increasing the number and roles of teacher leaders in the district. Leadership does not just mean leaders by position, but rather leaders you can lead from anywhere in an organization, and we've been really working. The instructional rounds is an example. We now have dozens of teacher leaders in that, and they're really carrying the ball on that in a variety of ways. You know, after the state mandate, the new teacher and administrative professional evaluation plan is designed to improve professional practice of leaders as well as teachers. We've been working annually to strengthen the skills of administrators on providing feedback to teachers on their instructional practice, one-on-one in the classroom, sitting down after the lesson and talking through what went well, what didn't go well, what could be improved. That one-on-one work is critical to the improvement of instruction. The professional learning of all staff is critical to our effort, not just for teachers, but all staff. And that is done in partnership with curriculum leaders, principals, headmasters, and teachers. My partner has arrived. His role is coming. So he's almost in there. I think I've got one more slide before we move on. The final area that I think we've made a lot of progress on, and all of these areas are explicated in more detail in the budget book in the front, because we have made dozens of decisions that have saved the town money over the past 4 or 5 years. I can't go over all of those, and these aren't specifically about saving money, but you know that safety and security has been, for the last 2.5 years, a huge initiative. We thank you for your support of the school security package, but before that happened, not only are we working on physical improvements to the buildings to make our schools safer, but training, working with the new school security unit, which we're so thankful to have, going over protocols, practicing, and we have had a number of situations over the past couple of years that have just been handled so much better because of the improved safety security measures that training the police and the fire have done with us, several of them this year. And there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes on that that's really just gotten a lot better. You know, we've continued to invest in our major maintenance projects and our operating budget as well as capital budgets, but you know, historically, my understanding is the Board of Ed would often, you know, remove major maintenance projects from its operating budget when it received a cut, and then the building started falling apart, and the next thing you know, you have a big capital project on your hands. We've really tried to protect that. We haven't been perfect with it, but we've really tried to keep that major maintenance project line harmless because we know it's just money that's going to get spent either now or later. Thanks to the work of our staff here, along with the town's purchasing department, who's very helpful. We are in the middle or beginning of a new bus contract, and we have 100% new buses. They have much more safety features on them. They're more energy efficient, and that was the work of Doreen and Tom and Twig Holland and Phil to really work together to get us a nice contract for the buses. As you know, we just outsourced the food service program, so we've got a professional food service company managing our food service program, and we've basically removed all of the financial risk to the Board of Education by outsourcing this program. And so I think we've hit a home run there, and we're starting to sort of shed some, I would call, if this were a business, some non-core assets. We're not good at running buses, so we've outsourced that. We're not really in the food service business, so we're out of that. And going forward, you never know what I might come up with next, but those are the big ones right now. Technology's also been a big improvement over the years. Again, that was something that I think in the recession time was really taking a back seat. We were getting way behind on upgrading. We've tried to maintain and improve that line item over the years, and Nancy Burns and her staff done a terrific job in all the areas you see up there. And we've used this technology to not only enhance communication with families, but we've actually used the technology to reduce costs. And there's actually some line items in the budget that have actually gone down because of our use of technology as opposed to paper. And homebound instruction that used to be done predominantly by a tutor going to kids' homes now is, some of that has been replaced by electronic access, which gives the kids more access to more courses and lowers our costs. So again, it's instructionally better, but it also saves money. That's sort of the home run we're always looking for. Not always possible. So those are the areas. The only thing I have new on scores and trends this year is because the CMT and CAPT were phased out and the new SBAC is really yet to start. It's about to start soon. The only update this year I have for you are our AP scores. So if you were sick and tired of hearing about test scores, this is the presentation for you. What we're really proud of here is that over the years, the number of students enrolled in AP courses has steadily increased. In 2014, we hit our highest number ever, 1,437 students taking AP courses. And so we're increasing the enrollment, but the scores are still very high. In fact, the numbers of students scoring at 3 or higher, 3 being sort of the passing rate on an AP test, has actually gone up by 14% over the year. So a higher percentage of kids are getting high scores while we're actually increasing the number of kids taking it. It's sort of counterintuitive. I think it speaks to higher standards and more support throughout the system, not just at the high school. We added AP Psychology this year, which has been a big hit with the students. Obviously, we don't have any test results from that yet. And that was also done at no cost because it replaced some of the psychology courses. So it wasn't like we added FTE to add the AP Psychology. We added AP Physics in place of an honors physics. So offering more AP courses. And as a result of this, the College Board, who of course sponsors the AP for the second year in a row, puts out an honor roll that only a select number of systems get. And we're very proud for the second year in a row. We were honored for that, not just for number of kids taking and number of offerings, but also looking at the percentage of students who traditionally don't have access to AP. Traditionally, lower income or minority students tend not to take the AP as at the same level as other students, and they recognize that our increases have been in part a result of getting more students who have traditionally not taken AP to take and succeed at it. So it's not just a total numbers, but it's kids who would not ever take an AP test are doing well. So I'll stew on that for a while because the only slide I have, and it's a really good one. Just let that sink in. Okay, moving on. I'm moving on. Okay, some historical data. It's not quite your turn. Okay, we're moving in. I will eventually get to the budget, but it's too much fun. Okay, so you've seen this before. I just update them every year. Big picture on staffing. In the last 10 years, our student enrollment has gone up, and the total staff has gone up, but not at the same rate as student enrollment. That's an overall figure. Basically, if you drill down, what you find is that the number of teachers has by and large kept pace with the enrollment growth, but the other positions in the district, the support staff, secretaries, custodians, paraprofessionals, has basically been flat, and the number of administrators has stayed virtually flat. Drilling down on this a little bit, my little graphical way of showing this is the purple bar is simply the enrollment that runs across from left to right, and you could see that it's gone up, but it's really started to flatten out since 2011. The largest number of people are, of course, our teachers, which are the purple bars here. So you can see the growth in the teaching staff has largely kept pace with the enrollment growth. So really, where we've had additional resources to work with in the district, by and large, that money has gone into teachers, which it should, but there's needs for other types of staff, and those just haven't kept pace. So here's our support staff down here and the administrative staff down here. So that's been relatively constant. And then really getting into the details down below, here's the numbers behind all of that. So you can see our student enrollment gone from about 9,000 to 10,000, and the percentage of increase in each of the other areas is virtually flat except for the teachers. So that's the data behind the graph you saw before. Our per pupil expenditures have really flattened out for a number of years as the enrollment was really growing and we were opening schools. As you can see in here, the per pupil expenditures were growing very rapidly between 2003 and 2008, and basically in the last number of years they've been just about flat. That's us in purple. The state, by the way, was marching up at about the same rate as us back in this range. The state has continued to march up, and we have flattened out. So statewide, per pupil expenditures have increased by 43%. Fairfields have increased by 26%. I know there's all kinds of metrics and comparisons you could make. I'll show you something on CPI in a second, although I don't think that's a good comparison for school system expenses. But if you look at what's happened in the rest of the state, we've really slowed down. In 2003-04, out of 166 school districts, we were 24th in the state. We are in 2012-13, which is the last audited year that we can get this data, 69th. The average is about 83. And that does not account for what I'll call the Fairfield County premium, which is to say that everything down here is at least 10 to 15% more than it is in the rest of the state. And if you did that and did a little division there, I think you'd find out that we're pretty much delivering an incredible program at pretty much the state average per pupil when you take the Fairfield County premium out of it. But even so, you can see the trend. Looking at our comparatives, the districts we compare ourselves to and people looking to move here and so forth, and this is the Bob Stone Realtor slide, right? I presented this to the realtors and got a very interesting reaction to this one. We continue to be one of the lowest per pupil expenditures in Southern Fairfield County. Trumbull is catching up to us. That gap used to be almost $2,000 a kid. If we keep it up at this pace, we will win the race to the bottom. We are 15% below the average in this arena. Not all of these are our DRG. These are our local areas. You do have some cost factors down in here, but the fact is that we're in this arena right here. And the interesting thing that I learned from the realtors was when people are shopping around and they look at this, and we may look at it, or financially people might say, oh, that's great, you're getting a great value, you get a great system, you're only spending $15,000. What I was interested in is one of the comments the realtors made was, oh, wait a minute, some of my clients want to say, well, it can't be as good as these others, you're spending $2,000 less per kid. And I said, well, I could solve that problem, but nobody laughed. Anyway, so it's interesting. This can be a blessing in terms of your, salesmanship of the town, or it can be seen as, not a great thing. It is what it is, I guess is the only way I'll put it. And here, I just added a year to last year's, but because people like to use the CPI-U, I'd throw it out there. I will say that does not measure the basket of goods we use to run our school system, but because it's out there, I looked at the 6-year average. We usually do 5. I just added a year. It wouldn't matter if you took the year off in the back here. You end up in the same point. Story here, 6-year increase, annual average 1.84, CPI 1.73. That's just apples to apples. The enrollment change over that time is 0.47. So when you add the CPI to the enrollment, we're actually lower. And the 6-year cumulative here is the budget's gone up 11% over the last 6 years. Inflation about 10.4, enrollment 2.83. So add them together, and we're below the CPI. And I'm not putting that up there because I believe the CPI is an accurate measure of education inflation. I've said that for the 4th time. However, it's out there, so I feel compelled to address it. All right, Phil, I think this is your turn.
Apologies for my lateness. Now that I'm back at work, I have others who demand my time. So I'd like to pick up off of the last 2 slides and say, while this is a budget presentation for the 2015-16 year, I would ask the Board of Finance to think, and the Board of Selectmen, where are we heading in Dr. Title's so-called race to the bottom? If in 5 years we are now below the average in the state, in the perception of a Fairfield public school is not what it is today. In every study since the mid-50s that have talked about the correlation, the direct correlation between a perceived quality public education and home values, there is a positive correlation. So 5 years from now, when we are now at the other half of the state, what happens to our home values? What happens to our grand list? And it becomes a downward spiral for both. And so I think it's an important, while we may make a joke or that might bring a smile to somebody's face from time to time, I think it's an important issue when we talk about where we want to be in the long term. So today's decision is going to have an impact in the future. Why don't you, this one. And so therefore, that is really an opening comment to say that our job is to not only preserve, but to improve the quality of the school system. I think Dr. Title and his staff have done so. I think our Board of Education in the past, as well as the current Board of Education, has focused on incremental improvements each year to the quality of instruction and the quality of our teaching staff through professional development. Probably one of the most important decisions we'll make at the end of this school year is approving a long-range district improvement plan. We sent Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, as well as the RTM, the initial draft of that. We will be creating student success factors so that we'll have real measures that we can say this is what is being measured and defined and hold ourselves accountable to it. And so I think that's, we've always had a long-range plan, but this year we'll be adopting one that has key measures in it as well. I know it's popular to say, oh, these unfunded mandates. The entire school system is a mandate. A quality, free public education is part of our Constitution. And this state has led the nation in terms of improving the quality standards of education from over 100 years ago. Mandates are another way of saying we can do better. And maybe none of us like it when somebody from Hartford says you have to do it this way. But my guess is there's some staff person in the school department that is saying, well, why did the Board of Education pass that policy and mandate that we have to do something a different way? I suspect that happens on the town side as well. We all have mandates about what it is that we want to do. Let's face facts. We have to address state law. We have to comply with state law. Yep. The documents that we sent you give you a lot more detail on the long-range planning process, but essentially we're looking at this approach. Develop the student performance indices, gather some baseline data, which is A, and then set some targets, which is C, and then address the gap through action plans so that we can accomplish the mission and the goals of the school district, which is focused on student achievement. And then we will be having a plan to annually assess these so that we can not just make a plan and put it on the shelf. It's an active, dynamic plan. This is the wonderful slide. Although we talked a lot about it last year, we still have the teacher and administrator evaluation plans in front of us, and that will be a multi-year effort. We still have the Common Core state standards. This year it's social studies, and next year it'll be science. We have a lot more work to be done there. And then, of course, the testing that we have to do. The Affordable Care Act will be with us for a while. Student success plans, school climate, bullying, security. We have 2 new issues to deal with this year. Mandated dyslexia and also foundations of reading survey. So we have our work cut out for us for the staff. So I'll give you back to Dr. Title so he can talk about the details.
Okay, we're heading into budget land. So what we're accomplishing in this budget, before I get into the numbers, we are fully funding the board's health insurance obligation per the town guidelines. We had a lot of discussion over the last few years, and we finally sat down and came up with a solid approach to that. And Mr. Flynn and Mr. Tetro, Mr. Mayor were all involved in helping the board come up with a way to do that, dig ourselves out of the hole that we were in. But I will point out that the consequence of fully funding that obligation is that more than half of the Board of Education's requested increase is for this one check mark. It's about $2.8 million in round numbers. You'll see that in a little bit. It's a little bit hidden because it's offset by pension reduction, which the town also benefited from. So when you look at benefits as a whole, you don't see the 2.8, but if you just go to the one line on the budget, Board of Ed contribution to health insurance, that is more than half of our increase. Phil talked about the mandates. That's obviously critical. And some of that, for example, shows up in professional development lines, such as the dyslexia mandate, now having to adjust students' educational plans for that. That's a huge training initiative we have to put forward. Any new collective bargaining contract provisions, we need to comply with those, and so those are budgeted as well. We have also, every year I try to do this, or at least make progress toward it, there are certain accounts whose history of expenses is just not consistent with what we budget, and we may not be able to make it up all at once, but we're always trying to get closer. And the same thing, if there's a history of expenses that we've gone below, I might reduce a line where we've consistently not needed the money. So we keep trying to get closer, but you'll never get it exactly right. And we have student movement through the system. You'll see from the enrollment, basically there's quite a shift going on next year from kids moving from the middle school to the high school. And so as a result, we don't simply keep the teachers at the middle school. If we don't need them there, we shift the FTE to where the students are. So the net on the FTE is very close to 0, but we do need to shift positions around to adjust for that. We just don't leave teachers there because last year, there were X number of teachers. So we're zero-based in terms of looking at that. Those would all be highlights on sort of the financial end. We are beginning the upgrade as part of our regular cycle of rebuilding and enhancing the world language program. This year, we are proposing the upgrade happen in grade 6. There's a page in your budget that explains all of that. We can answer questions if you'd like, but that's part of the improvement cycle that we're going through. Always looking to acquire updated textbooks. This coming year, the area will be world languages, not just for grade 6, but across the board, and also in Algebra 2. Big curriculum upgrade coming up this year, as Phil mentioned, is the social studies curriculum. There's new state standards on social studies, so we'll be revising our curriculum, and that is included in our budget as well. The development of the curriculum isn't the big ticket item. It will hit the following year when you need to buy the books for it. And then the year after that will be science. So we have a rotation of this to keep the budget relatively stable, and that chart of curriculum revision is a page in your book if you care to look at it in more detail. So we do have a long-range plan on curriculum development itself. We will be implementing the new high school schedule. We will be funding a few new student performance indicators. One of the ones that the board was interested in and I'm interested in is a graduate follow-up survey to gauge how do our kids do 1 year out from graduating from the Fairfield high schools. That's one of our indicators in our new district long-range plan, and that does cost a little money. And we've got a few new student performance indicators. In all, we're going to be looking at reporting out over 200 data points annually about the performance of our students when this district improvement plan is 1 year old. After a long philosophical struggle, we did eliminate in this budget the $56,000 revenue source on pay to participate at the high schools. It's in about 4 sports right now, and the board wrangled with it and has decided to take that out. We know over the last couple of years we've had these discussions here about our expenses to support students with increasing mental health needs, and we are increasing and enhancing psychological support services in there. In many ways, they're being preventative so that students don't need even greater services later, outplacements, or other issues that could come about because we're not able to provide the psychological support services that we need. It's just a fact that everyone's dealing with is the mental health needs of kids are growing exponentially. Our alternative high school, the Walter Fitzgerald campus, we have a proposal in there with some offsets to strengthen the supervision of that campus right now. There really is not an administrator who's directly responsible on a day-to-day basis for that school. Those are some students who are obviously in need of a good deal of support, and we really feel we can strengthen that program, have more accountability if we strengthen the supervision over there. A number of places special ed support to students, families, and teachers is throughout this budget. Again, trying to address at the front end some of the issues we had with special ed last year where, because we weren't providing some of the support, in some cases, students had to be placed out, and it was more expensive than if we were able to enhance the support in district and continue our investment in technology and maintenance. It continues to be a priority for everybody. On the enrollment front, I'll just call your attention to middle school and high school. The preschool is really just an artifact of when we count it. This is really where the action is. Middle school will be going down by about 75 students, high school going up by 57, so you'll see a big movement in staff there. Overall, not a lot of movement is the answer on enrollment. We're pretty much flattened out. Projections are to stay flat and maybe decline slightly over the next 10 years. So our budget reflects that as well. So the staffing changes, even with doing what we're doing on certain ways of enhancing things, the certified staff count is virtually flat. It really just reflects enrollment and shifting. And so wherever we've made an improvement, there's on the certified side, there's pretty much a corresponding certified offset somewhere else in the budget. The area that we do need to add some staff, and we don't have a lot of choice on most of them, have to do with the specific needs of some very involved special education students who have been in the district and are in need of paraprofessional support. And in addition, we are going to be expanding, because of the students moving, expanding our autism program, our SSC program, toward high school, and that involves some additional ed trainers to staff that as well. Again, that's a fine and cost-effective program, but when you add a program, it does mean additional staff. But overall, the staffing change is under 1% of the existing staff. So the budget drivers, as we went through this and started this budget season, this is what we were looking at. To dig out of the hole we were facing on health insurance and just simply moving all the numbers forward. This was before any contracts were negotiated, before we decided to put extra money into the fund. We were looking at health insurance going up, that line alone, of $4.5 million. That's what it would have taken to get us to the level of funding there that the town expects. The salary increases from our contracts were there, the enhancements I spoke of, which are not just program enhancements, but we've got to upgrade some testing, WISC-5, we have a mandate, and so forth. That's another $740,000. We're looking at gas and electric rate increases of $600,000 and other increases in existing contracts other than staff, so the transportation contracts, ground contracts, increases in legal fees. We were looking at kind of out of the chute, without touching a lot of things, this easily was over 5%. And it basically landed on my desk. And this is without people being greedy. Fortunately, we were able to whittle that down. Some things broke our way, and other things were conscious moves. So the newly negotiated FEA contract saved us an estimated $800,000, and that brought down that 4.5 million number. And then our commitment this year, because of additional retirees, to putting $700,000 in this year into the medical retention fund from those savings also mitigates what we have to put in next year to dig ourselves out. So that, while the medical retention fund is still the biggest driver, it was going to be a lot worse. So the negotiations that the board conducted with the teachers, as well as the board's commitment to putting all of the money from additional retirees directly into medical retention, really helped. There were some program savings in special education and some additional revenue coming in on the special education side from the state, which came as a nice surprise to us. We also had some savings. I mentioned the pension saved us money. We had a one-time bump in security, if you remember. That was the infamous $160,000. I didn't simply flatline that, although it would have been easy to do it. I took that number out, so that 160 is gone, so that line item actually goes down. And I did an internal reorganization after a vacancy in the central office that saved about $18,000. And then we had some savings in diesel fuel thanks to lower costs of fuel and good bidding by Twig, and some additional revenue coming in on the special ed side for transportation. So that gave us $2.8 million to the good, and so that left us at about 3.53. And then we continued to work it over, and and eventually got to the numbers that are in front of you. The current year budget, the proposed budget, and the difference of about $5.1 million, or 3.29%. So I know, it's not a great headline number, but where it could have been and where it landed are two different places. And as you'll see in a second, all the money is basically going into three places, and we don't have a lot of control over them. This was a big hit last year, so I thought I'd bring it back for an encore. So here's the 5.1 million. Take out the salary account, which is contracted salaries, 3 million. Take out the benefits, that's 2.3, but remember that includes the pension offset. That gives you 674, and then you have our utilities, operations, transportation contract, and that's pretty much the story. Every other budget category is about the same. We have three budget categories that account for the entire increase. Or to be more precise, this is what it looks like. Of the 3.29%, 1.37% of it, 1.37 of the 3.29 is salaries. Benefits are 1.5. And the other numbers, operations and maintenance, is about 0.5 point. And everything else is plus or minus a few hundredths either way. So again, it's a pretty simple, it's a complicated budget, but to boil it down, there's three things driving it. Salary and benefits, again, as always, as it should be, it's a labor-intensive business. It's about 80% of the budget. You look at a lot of those other slices, they're really not within our control. We have to turn the heat on. We got to transport kids. We got to pay for outplacements. We're going to have to buy supplies, texts, and materials. When you get right down to it, there's not a lot of wiggle room in there. So, last slide, and then we'll have a quiz. So, I think you can read that. We are very proud of the fact that while the cost of salaries, benefits, and utilities are driving it up, that we've been able to basically continue and improve education here and keep all the other line items basically netting out to the current level. And that's not easy to do when a lot of those lines are subject to inflationary pressures. And because we've been continuing to use our resources efficiently, we are able to do and present this budget to you, which we believe is fiscally responsible. So with that, I will stop. And now it's the quiz, but I'm the one that gets quizzed. Thank you for your attention. It's a long thing to sit through, but appreciate your professionalism.
Thank you, Dr. Title, for walking us through that. And congratulations to the school systems on the results for the kids, for the students. Before we get started with question and answers, a couple items. Number one, I think everybody here, everybody on our boards, are very proud of the work that the school system has done. And I think through our votes through the years have been very supportive of that. I wouldn't want anyone to read into the questions tonight any negativity or any suspect on that, but rather it's us doing our due diligence and making sure from both boards that the taxpayers' money is spent in the most efficient way possible in our school system, and I think we all know that. So don't read into the questions any desired result or anything like that. The other item was, for benefit of the board, if it's okay, I'd like to start out by focusing on a couple of pages in our budget books. First ones are page 26 and 27, which is a summary of the revenue that comes from the state and other areas, and that's probably a good starting off point on that. It's their approved budget, correct? That's the Board of Education. The second one is, and I'm going to give credit where credit is due, because a wise gentleman taught me this about 10 years ago, and that's Mr. Wally Flynn, who was on our board. And he always said, look at what in this book is page 35. Yeah, is page 35, which is basically it's the costs by object code, and that's a nice summary to look at those pages. So as we start off, my recommendation is we start at those pages and then we move out from there. Is everybody okay with that? All right, so let's go to revenue first and go to pages 26 and 27. And Dr. Title, if you want to kind of step us through some of these things and questions will come up.
Sure. I can highlight some of the changes here. The revenue that accrues to the Board of Education is, after the first three lines, the town has those numbers at the top. They include them in their budgets, money that goes directly to the town. On the Board of Ed side, there's a couple places where we had one-time competitive grants that we won. And so we don't count on winning those again, but we put them in the revenue column. That's the technology grant that's called Smarter Balanced Assessments for $167,000. We've applied for it again. Nancy won an award that we got the money for in 14-15, but we can't project that next year because there's been no decision about that. And the same thing with the school security competitive grant. We did win a $147,000 grant there, but again, that was a one-time grant. We did apply again, but the money to Fairfield went to the non-public schools. We're hoping there'll be another round of funding, but we can't be assured of that with the state budget in its current condition. I don't know whether there'll be another round of funding there. So we flatlined those. If you're wondering why was it zero, why did it go up, why is it back down again, that's the main reason. Most of the rest of it is pretty flat. Because we don't know what the state budget or what the federal budget will be at this point for next year, or we don't know, we pretty much just carry the number forward. We did, on the federal side this year, if you look down under federal, the one that's listed IDEA Part B, and in 13-14 was $1,887,311, and then went up to $1,999,000. You see that one? That was the impact of the budget deal that Congress made that ended the sequester, and that we were restored that amount of money into our special ed IDEA grant that was cut in the sequester. And so that's not something that will continue to go up. The guidance is to use the same number, but we're not going back to the old sequester. So that was a bonus that actually helps us this year and also helps us next year. That was part of the increased revenue as well. And then on the state level, we also get the special education excess cost provision. You'll see there that we got a big bump there. We think we talked about this at the quarterly review, that for some reason the state is able to pay over 80% of their obligation to us. It's not something we can count on every year, but it does look like we're going to get more money this year. It's really going to help us with some other expenses. And so we've sort of not projected that the state will be as kind next year. We're playing it a little safer. You'll see that we're projecting a 3.1 number there. They have flatlined that for the next 2 years in the governor's budget. It will not go up as it moves through the process, and our costs will go up. And so, and other districts' costs will go up. So better safe than sorry, but that's why that number's bounced around. I think those are the highlights, Mr. Flynn. If there are other questions on other lines, I'm happy to address them.
Mrs. Marmion. Thank you, Dr. Todd.
Thank you, Dr. Title. Can you review for us the sports facility rental fees? Is that the pay-for-play?
Yes.
That you're referring to? I'm just curious. I know you've decided to eliminate those. Did you find that those fees were a barrier to kids? I mean, were you able to track how many kids were unable to play certain sports because of these fees?
We tracked them. I don't think we suffered a loss of participation in the sports that we charged them. We charged them in sports that were based on where we had to rent a facility. We also know that there was some fundraising done by certain sports to try to offset some of those fees. We also had a provision that if a student was financially unable to pay, that we would waive the fee. But of course, it was a limited trial. On this, it has been a big discussion point for the Board of Ed. It's been a big discussion point at boards of ed around the state. Some people have it. Some people have it and are now trying to eliminate it, like in Trumbull. Other places are trying different methods of it. There's a philosophical and educational issue people have with it. And at this point, it's a pretty modest sum in our budget. So at this point, it is not in there for next year. We don't believe it had a detrimental effect on participation in any significant way.
Thank you.
Are you all set? Yep. Mr. Mottola.
On that subject, I thought I recalled a few years ago that there was a proposed legislation that the state was looking into to prevent something like this.
Didn't
to get rid
pass.
of pay to play. Well, but did it actually go to vote, do you know? Or
I don't think it ever made it out of committee. You remember? I mean, it didn't really see the light of day. I think you've got so many local districts who are balancing their budgets with it that it would have been a reverse unfunded mandate. Sure.
I think the important part for our board was more on the philosophical. This was implemented on sports whose facilities had to be rented out. So essentially, we had two standards. No cost for students who happen to enjoy football because we have football fields, but there was a cost for students who enjoyed ice hockey. And that just didn't feel as though that was the right thing to do. The other philosophical point that the majority of the board had was that a pay-to-participate program within a free public school system just didn't make sense. And for $50,000, $45,000, let's find efficiencies someplace else rather than face those two philosophical issues.
Where was the efficiency that was found?
We have probably 24 or 25 line items in this budget that are lower this year than they were last year. You could point to any one of those.
So
I don't
it
think we-
wasn't a one-for-one?
Yeah, it wasn't a
we
one,
did
yeah,
this.
it wasn't a one-for-one, but we were always looking for efficiencies, even regardless of that particular issue. But we had a lot of efficiencies in items in here, and using technology where we were using, using paper, a lot less in mailing costs, a substantial decrease there, decrease in the provision of certain services that we've contracted out for. So we realized an efficiency in central office staffing. So we had a lot, if you go to this budget and look at, substantial number of line items, and not just little, $1,000 line items, line items where there's, $20 to $30 or $40,000 lower this year, proposed than this year. So this was a big thing the board wanted me to try to do, to try to get this out of the budget, and
Dr. Tittle, what's
we
the
did that.
trend in this? What's the national trend? Is it towards pay to participate or away?
I think it's going, it's very community-specific. I know
The
Connecticut.
community school system, so yeah.
Right, no, I mean, I think there's been, I don't know of too much expansion of this. I think this really took hold in a lot of places during the Great Recession. I think everybody was looking for every possible revenue source, and some of these things really got to be very, very expensive for kids. And some people even extended it to non-athletic participation, and that's where you saw there is a trend on that, and that's where there's major drop-off in participation. You start charging kids to be on the student council, it's like, see you later. So those things have really fallen by the wayside. In certain necks of the woods, I know that people are trying to get away from it, but they can't get rid of it entirely. So no one's just going in and saying, we're getting 300 grand from this, we're getting rid of it. What they might be trying to do is just phase it out so their budgets can absorb it, and they might have a 3 or 4 year plan to get rid of it. That's what I'm hearing, but I haven't done, an exhaustive study of it. Haven't heard of a lot of places trying to put it in new. It was really hot in 08, 09, as you can imagine. Every dollar was, really hard to come by. So,
Thank you. Any other questions on any revenue line items from the board? Seeing, I'm curious, how are we doing this year? Do we have any issues this year with revenue, or are we coming in as we thought we would? I know you guys typically in late February, you get some information, right?
yeah. Doreen, you want to comment on that?
We're working on that now. We got the first payment of the excess costs, but the March 1st filing was also submitted, so we're working on trying to see how that impacts.
No
any
reason to
additional-
think we have an issue at all, year over year?
No.
Okay.
We've gotten, all the revenue we're expecting from all the other sources. That's really the last
Right.
piece to it. And then that's the last we see of it. Adjustments after that go to the following year's education cost sharing formula.
Anyone else on revenue? Does anyone have any discussions on any other pages on the revenue side? Seeing none, we can go to, I believe, what did I say before, page 36? 35? Thank you. Numbers aren't my strong suit.
That's comforting. Yeah. My tax dollars are in your hands.
Right.
I live here too.
All right,
Budget humor, we got to break it up a little bit. Come on.
page 36, and a nice pie chart, or 35, and a nice
Yes.
pie chart on 34. Questions on this high-level expense summary? And Ms. Cook-Lippman.
First, I just want to say thank you. I'm always thrilled when I can thank all of you for what you do for our kids. I'm just looking at the transportation line. And I
Yes.
know you mentioned that you recently negotiated a new contract for next year, but I do notice that the transportation cost has gone down. And I know there were some small issues with busing this year, with buses taking a little bit too long. So I just want to make sure that the cost going down is reflective of the new contract and that you're satisfied that all of the issues would be taken care of next year.
Okay, a couple things on that. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words also, Tara. The first student contract went into effect in 13-14. So this isn't even the first year of it. We're in the second year of it, of a 5-year contract, so next year will be the third year. The contract does have built-in cost increases in it, but we were able to negotiate with Twig and Phil, right? Phil's help, a lower rate than normal. So the contracted rate is 2.5%, and this does reflect the same number of buses next year as this year. The issues around buses and lateness are addressed as often as we can. And Mr. Cullen and Mr. Fickey spent a lot of time solving those at the beginning of the year. Sits down with parents who want to look at it and show the runs, and a lot of times our problems can't even be solved by adding a bus. So we try to run the transportation system as effectively and efficiently as possible. We don't want to have really long bus rides if we can help it. Unfortunately, we do have some students and parents who live way out, and it takes the buses longer to get back to the schools. But it's the same number of buses. We're not cutting the number of buses to save that money. The real savings in that line doesn't come from the number of buses. It comes from two sources, really. One is the fuel savings, which was about $200,000, Doreen, something in that range from the bid on the fuel. Or the whole thing was 200, maybe the fuel was 100. And the other was from the increased revenue on the special education side will offset some of the special education costs, because that transportation includes special ed and regular ed transportation. So regular ed costs are offset by fuel. The special ed costs are offset by fuel and additional revenue on the special ed side. But we're not cutting buses, I assure you. Okay.
Mr. Stone.
On the operations, maintenance, and maintenance of buildings, that's going up quite a bit. Is that in the book, what's going up, or you want to explain that?
Sure, and yes and sure. I think the biggest part of that, and the way this executive summary works is, just for you people that are colorful in nature, is to the left of each of those summary objects, you'll see a color. And that is further explained in a similar color on the pages that follow. So, yeah, if you go to page 51, you'll see the gray 9, which matches the gray 9 on page 35, and that will give you another level of detail around that. The biggest piece there is utilities. They're in that line. And the biggest part of that increases there are electricity costs and natural gas costs. The bidding on those just happened to be in such a way that our costs are up, and that's in a chart on page 50. And you can see that the budgeted rates in the 14-15 budget are listed in that table. And the natural gas pricing in particular, I think what happened, as best I can figure it out, is that we hit it absolutely perfectly for the current year, and then when it was locked in for the following year, we hit a bump. So natural gas is probably our biggest factor that drives it. We're actually probably using less heating fuels and electricity because of energy conservation, but the rates have gone up. And that's really the whole game in this area. This is that utilities area.
Aren't we doing more in solar, or going to be doing more?
We are doing more in solar, and we've built some savings into the electrical account because of that. We have a couple things going on in electricity. We will have, at some point in the fall, thanks to the work of the town, I think Ed Bowman, and I think, Mike, you talked about this a bit on the town side, we expect to have installed at some point in the late fall, solar panels on both high schools. That savings that we anticipate from that is built into this budget. But it won't be a full year. And we do have a forecast from Ed and from the contractor about what our savings would be on that. We also have so we are looking at a actual 6% reduction in consumption of electricity, and we have to add some consumption because we're adding square footage at Fairfield Ludlow, we're adding square footage to Riverfield, and of course, it will cost money to heat those spaces. So the net of all of that is included. But yes, we also are approved for solar. The company's approved for a solar at Dwight, and that is in our capital non-recurring that you just approved. And so we're hoping to get some savings there. So there's potential for solar for the schools. There's a proposal still in the works that will help us at Tomlinson, but that's right now kind of in limbo. Maybe, sounds like Mr. Tetra wants to jump in on this, so.
Yeah, if I might. I just want to point out that Dr. Title and his team have been working very aggressively with Ed Bowman. You've seen a lot of projects come through on the town side for solar panels. We've got a number is in the works on the education side. And I want to compliment Dr. Title and his team for working as closely with Ed, because we're saving, no matter which side we save money on, we're saving taxpayer dollars all the way through. So just want to point that out. And then with respect to the Tomlinson project, we've got some work to do because those solar panels the proposal has them installed on the parking lot at the downtown train station. There's a number of approvals we have to go through with them before that's clarified, but that is in the works.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra. Any other, Mr. Stone, are you good on that? Mrs. Marmion?
I have a question on the, two questions actually. One is on the contracted services line, and I'm turning to page 41, where it says pupil personnel services, talking about the decrease in occupational and physical therapy due to a projected increase in excess cost reimbursement.
Yes.
I just want clarification. Are you referring to the state grant that we got, and that offsets some of the costs of those contracted services?
Yeah, exactly. The state, that $3 million figure, or $3.1 million figure we're carrying in the budget for excess costs in special education, that's the state formula. That is applied to the services that the students who lead us to get that money use. And some of those students might be students in district. They're not all outplay students. It's actually one of the, I can't tell you how much time and effort some of the staff in Andrea Leonardi's office do to get every nickel of this for you. I have never seen anything like it. It's incredible. So what happens is, I mean, if the kid uses 5 pencils, we count it. But if you've got students who are in district, getting serviced in district, and they use, say, occupational therapy or physical therapy services, those are eligible to be offset by this grant. So we take the money from the grant and we assign it to different categories. It's actually laid out in the income section of the book where we expect it to go. Some of it does go to out-of-district tuition. Some goes to transportation, because we're transporting kids who are expensive to educate to out-of-district. That's why, to Tara's point, why'd that go down? Because some of the money gets assigned there. Some of it gets assigned to occupational and physical therapy costs as well. So, and that's also an outsourced item, and Andrea Leonardi holds those contractors' feet to the fire in terms of scrutinizing their hours. So, but the main thing is that it's a revenue adjustment. I think that's the best way to put it.
Okay, that's helpful.
And that may be more than you wanted to hear.
I have another question. Is that okay?
Please.
Oh, do you?
No,
Okay.
go right ahead.
It's somewhat related, but it's under, I believe, tuition, the tuition line number 6. And that is, you mentioned in your presentation that a driver in our budget this year are program enhancements, and under that you have special education or the dyslexia mandate,
Yes.
and then you go on to say that we have budget savings for special education. And I'm assuming you're talking about decreased tuition costs with outplacement of students, but I just wanted to see, one is, on the one hand, we have a driver, on the other hand, we have savings.
Yes.
So if you could just clarify that.
Yes. Yeah, we had things where it was driving us up and then it was taking us back down. So we had a couple things going on. One is the tuition account, the special ed tuition account. This was the subject of all the discussion last year. This was the one that really caused all the issues. That really flattened out. And next year, net of the excess cost reimbursement for that, that looks to stay about the same. So if you look on the tuition line, which is on page 45, is the tuition number. That's by and large a wash. That's, and that includes tuition other than special education tuition, but that's mostly what it is. There's always increases in those costs at the outplaced schools. But at the same time, we also look at, are there students we can bring back? Are there students who are graduating, they're turning 21 and they're out? And who's coming in the pipeline? But all in all, the good news there is we're looking like we're going to be able to hold our own on the tuition line. Yeah.
Can I follow up? I do want to
Sure.
follow up on this point for you. If we look at page 35, what we
Yep.
have, it's a little deceiving, right? Because the budget this year was 5.2. The actual estimated spend is 4.9.
Right.
And next year it's going to 5.3. So you're
Right.
really increasing this about $400,000.
Over what we think is going to happen this year, and that's largely a function of we appear to be getting almost that amount of money. That's almost a revenue projection. In other words, if you looked at that revenue, you saw that we were projecting potential revenue this year of in the 3.6 range for this year. But we're only projecting next year at like 3.1 because we just don't believe this gravy train can last. And so if you take that number out, you're pretty flat. So that's really all that is a difference in projected revenue, because we
So
net.
you're not, but I guess what I don't understand is you're not grossing up one side
No, we net, we budget net
on this item.
on every item,
Yeah,
right?
so you're saying that here, because you got more money on the other side this year, this number's lower,
Exactly.
and you're not getting the same number. So we have to look at them combined, the revenue and the
again.
expense, to see the total amount. You're
Yes,
just-
if you wanted to say how much money is being spent in total on special education in the district, you would look at the operating budget
Right, and the revenue.
plus the revenue.
That's
And
what
that
I'm
would-
saying.
Exactly, that would give it to you.
Right,
Exactly.
that's exactly
Or if you
what I'm
wanted to look at total amount of money, total spent on education, you could total up all the revenue
Correct.
to the board on that revenue page, add it to the,
And I was just being specific to the special,
Yes.
to the tuition line. That's
Yes.
all I wanted to know. I
Exactly.
know about the rest of it.
right,
but it
that's
was
how we do it.
unclear to me.
Yes, so we all the numbers in here are net numbers, including the special ed tuition.
That's the one I was worried about.
Okay, and I think that there are other special education costs that are going up that we have in next year's budget. There's a new, the most commonly used, the psychological test that we use virtually throughout the system is the WISC. The WISC is coming out with a new version. When it comes out with a new version, we need to move to that new version to stay current, and that comes with a price tag. And that's about a $90,000 to $100,000 item. We're going to go with a computer-based system, so that our upgrade costs in the future will be substantially lower, but that's in there. And the training for teachers on how to implement the mandate on IEPs with respect to dyslexia is about a $60,000 item in the professional development line as well. So yes, we have revenue sources on special ed that are helping us out a lot, but we also have some drivers on the expense side. Those are basically essentially mandates. We can't take those down in the budget without risking considerable liability for not being in compliance.
Going to go to, are you all set? We'll go to Mr. Mantola.
So on the health insurance, the $4.5 million figure, is there, this is, I may be phrasing this incorrectly, is there a chance that that number may move in a more favorable position? And I guess I'm referring to the medical retention fund and all that lovely stuff that seems to change every month.
Well, it can change every month. I guess right now we are carrying an increase in that line, year-over-year increase in that line of just about $2.7 million, okay? And how that all plays out in the medical retention fund is in the profit and loss statement, which is in here on page 159.
When this budget was created, it looked like we were in the hole about $500,000, a little more than that.
Well, the superintendent's budget was created in November, based on the November experience. Remember, we were looking at a deficit in this account 8 or 9 months ago of $1.5 million. By the time we finished everything, that number had been basically cut in half. And then we started out on the path of how should we budget for this next year? And at the time the question was, what should the superintendent put in his budget for health insurance? It's always a controversy. So I was trying to get it right. So one thing that we did, we committed to right at that point, which if you look on page 159 is in column 6, you'll see the additional $700,000 contribution that the board is committing to make based on the 20 additional retirements. We did not at that time include the $160,000 for the security, because at that point that thing was just getting rolling. But we kind of knew we were going to be doing that. But if you looked at that, if you were to add the 116 at that point, when I put the budget together and handed it to the board, we would have completely wiped out that deficit. And then we said, what's the standard? And the standard was, in somebody's words, who I won't mention unless he wants to take credit for it, do no harm. Cover your costs.
That would be me.
Okay. I didn't want to call anybody out. And so we looked at the 15-16 budget, and you'll see the 14-15 gross number, which is in column 6, third line up, $1,541,330. The IBNR being slightly higher, and then the negative 144. That was the gross. That's basically the cash in the fund, so to speak. And so we put a budget together to basically keep that number at $1,541,330. You can see it in the next column for 15-16. Now, because of inflation and so forth, your IBNR goes up, so your deficit goes down a little bit. But again, given that we were going to put another 160 in, we were pretty close to wiping out $1.5 million deficit with no help from any other source within like 9 months. So, can it change? Yes, and it did. It's changed twice since that was put together. It changed for the worse, and then it got better. So when it changed for the worse, the board, and this was a discussion, should the board adjust this or just let it go, And so the decision was, let the board make a decision based on most recent information. Experience got worse in December, and so by then we were pretty sure we were going to get our security money in 160, so we added that in. But the new do no harm figure was now $1,263,291. And the board actually increased that. At the same time, we got news of a pension offset, and so we were very close. They were within like $9,000. So rather than play around with it, we just took all these savings that the board was getting on pension and dumped it in here. So that raised our deficit projections up to that number. Subsequent to that, another month has come in, and the Board of Ed improved. And I think you looked at that the last time I was here. This is what we walked through. And you saw that that 447 number was now down to 2 something. I mean, in other words, it's not all the way back to where it was, but it was heading in the right direction. I don't know whether there'll be any movement. Every month is a surprise. I don't know. I mean, if it does improve, there's one school of thought that says, well, leave it alone. So the board might have a little more money in there, but hey, another month could go right back down the tubes. We've seen that before, and we've been burned by that before. So I'm not expecting there'll be such a big difference that you'll be able to say, aha, here's a nice pot of money we can take. I think those days are behind us. And if things improve, I think it might be prudent, although obviously it's all your decision, it might be prudent to just let it accrue in there, because you might think, oh, I got a windfall. 2 months later, it's more than eaten up. And then, of course, the RTM will have the same opportunity once it gets past you. So there's several more months of this, and it can go either way. It's my sermon on health insurance. Did I represent the process, the people that work with me on that, accurately?
Yes.
And I know both Tom and Mike came to the Board of Ed the night we discussed it, before the board put it in, and we wanted to be cooperative with this, and the board did exactly as the understanding was, and I think that was a good discussion and relation. Unfortunately, the numbers are not pretty, but they could have been a lot worse.
Can I ask questions about some staffing right now?
Of course.
Okay. Can you explain the rationale behind, my understanding is you wanted an administrator at the
Walter Fitzgerald campus?
High School campus.
Oh.
I want to make an initial comment on that, because having been an administrator most of my career, every staff person in this town and every staff person in the Board of Education provides service to families and students. We may call them administrator, but they still enhance the climate of a school when they're there. The most recent climate survey showed that of all the questions asked, the students and the parents at the alternative high school did not feel that they had the same level of support on a percentage response rate as at our other schools. And so beefing up the staffing at the alternative high school is a direct relationship to saying we need to strengthen the service to students and to parents. Yes, it's called an administrator, but I wouldn't want that term to suggest that it's not directly tied to improving the quality of service at that campus.
So there's actually an offset to that in the budget as well. That's not just a pure add. The current supervision at that school is largely done by a dean, which is a 10-month teacher level position. Anytime there's something substantial that goes on over there, then an administrator has to run over from central office to handle it. And so what we're proposing to do there is decrease the dean and also take out 2 stipends, one for the secondary summer school principal and one for what's called an online learning liaison. And that this new position would take over the day-to-day supervision at the Walter Fitzgerald campus and also take on the secondary summer school role and the online learning liaison. And so I do want to point out that while it is an additional leadership position, it is something that is offset as well. Right now, we have a coordinator of high school special education who is nominally the principal of that school, but she is really tied up with high school issues, and she can't provide the technical support to the high schools that is necessary at those schools, particularly with the growing enrollment there. And by removing her from the responsibility at the alternative high school, we'll be able to give more support to high school families as well. And Andrea Leonardi oversees all of this, and she's here and can answer it in more detail if you'd like it. I will tell you that the net cost of this, administrator minus the teacher minus the stipends, is under $44,000.
Well, the reason why I asked, and I agree with what Mr. Dwyer was saying. I watched your board meeting on TV where you had probably seemed like a 2.5-hour discussion on this one topic. So it was important for the Board of Education to understand, and I want this board to understand why you believe it's necessary. What are the benefits, not just educationally, but long-term benefits from a financial standpoint? Because I believe you, at the Board of Ed meeting, spoke about those benefits. So can you just give us a little rundown on that?
I'll try. The students at the Walter Fitzgerald campus, in many ways, are some of our most at-risk kids, and at risk in multiple ways, certainly as potential students who would drop out of school, with all of what that brings to the community afterwards in terms of people unable to actually reach a level of a high school education, which we all know that's a difficulty in the long run. But there are many risk factors for these kids. And so having a school that's led, that brings together all of those needs of this very at-risk population, I think requires some leadership on the ground. It requires someone who is there with the kids. As much as they're with the teachers, they're with the kids doing direct service to students and to their families. Many of these families aren't the families who are kind of coming to school every day and engaged. We need to reach out to them, and you need someone on the ground who can lead that process. Dr. Title and I both agree that we think we have kind of a diamond in the rough at the alternative high school at the Walter Fitzgerald campus, that if given that kind of leadership over time, would not only give us a place where students who have increased difficulty at the high school could come and not necessarily require an outplacement, but also we might be able to bring revenue sources from neighboring districts who don't have an alternative program, and we need to really fine-tune what's going on there in order to do that. In my opinion, I think that school really needs an on-site principal, someone who can work with the kids, work with the families, work with the teachers, really look at evidence-based practices and alternative education, and not just try to give a smaller class size to the same kind of instruction that these kids have failed at for years and years. So that's kind of my soliloquy on that subject, but I can go on if you'd like.
So right now, you're the one who has to deal with issues over there, but you're not there all the time. Is that correct?
Right now, Gail Donowitz, who is our secondary special education coordinator, is the primary administrator. But as Dr. Title said, she also is there to provide technical assistance to 2 large high schools. And so in order to be able to provide that technical assistance, she and I are forever kind of running point in one place or the other, just trying to basically kind of patch holes. And we think if we took a more proactive approach, provided more support day-to-day to the high schools, and provided daily full-time support to the Walter Fitzgerald campus, we think we could provide the kind of support and technical assistance that our students, our families, and our teachers and administrators need to deal with a population of kids that is increasingly more complex.
I guess the only last point I would make, just in general, about some of the proposals in our budget, that we're really, in many ways, still not recovering from, but thinking about what happened last year when we had a very large number of students outplaced, and the costs of that to the town and to the Board of Ed, and the ripple effects of that, and really tried to think about, how can we try and get out ahead of some of this? How can we prevent some of these? How can we set up programs where we can bring kids back into the district without creating a brand new program? And that had been floated around for a few years, and it was getting no traction. There's no place to put it. It was very, very costly. And so where can we do some preventative work? Where can we put some additional resources so that parents feel they're getting administrative support at PPT, so they don't have to take us to due process, and so we don't have to run up our legal fees? Where can we get additional mental health support for kids who are at risk for doing very bad things to themselves or others and then end up requiring a very expensive therapeutic program? So we're really trying to respond in many ways to what happened last year without getting into the whole massive study of whether or not we should maybe start another school and try to bring kids back. So that's, and this is an example of it, but not the only example, where we're trying to, it's almost, in some ways, you could follow it all the way back to the security. Because one of the things that people talked about in the whole post-Sandy Hook era was, let's not just talk about physical buildings and putting up gates and fences and sort of thing, but what can we do on the prevention side? And, the town's resources are limited in that regard, the school system's resources are limited, but everybody knows that prevention is, I think, a wise investment. And in this case, while I don't think we have necessarily security risks, it's the same concept that we're trying to get at through this and a number of other proposals in here that we did while keeping the FTE count flat.
I'm good, thank you, thank you.
Sure. We'll go to Mr. Kylie, and then we'll go to Ms. Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that explanation, Dr. Title. That is very helpful. Also, thank you and to your teams for being here and for this presentation tonight, which is a great presentation on what you're looking to do.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. I have a couple questions. The first one is on page 123, under Business Services, line 133, staff replacement. I believe that is the global offset for your expected retirements and replacements throughout the upcoming year. Is that the right line?
Page 123.
The 460,000? Is that?
Okay. What's that? At the bottom of the page? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, this is good.
Is
Okay.
that what this is?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Then,
Okay, so let me.
Okay, go ahead.
Good. I enjoy trying to explain this every year, and just so that I understand it.
thank you.
So we have two places where we budget negative numbers for staff turnover. This is one of them. So let's deal with what's in this line. In this line, this is staff turnover for certified staff who leave through means other than retirement. So this is somebody who exits the district, maybe works a half a year, takes a half a year maternity leave unpaid, people that leave the district and we fill them with lower paid positions on the certified side. Any certified turnover that we anticipate, but not retirements.
So this is churn.
This is churn. That's about $350,000 estimate. The other 110 in there is all forms of turnover, retirement, and churn on the non-certified side. So secretaries, custodians, paraprofessionals. We divide the world in education into certified and non-certified. Certified are teachers and administrators, and non-certified is everybody else. The vast majority of our staff are certified, about 900 certified, about 450 non-certified. So we never had this till this current budget.
Right.
We never accounted for churn in the non-certified side. We don't have huge numbers of savings in there. The salaries are lower. The salary schedules don't have as many steps. And in a few categories, I mean, people seem to never retire. It's not a problem. We just don't generate the turnover there. So that's that line.
Okay.
Okay. Then there's, in no particular line in here, where we budget for certified staff retirees. All right? And this year, we budgeted for 14 certified staff retirees. And what we do is we take 14 positions in the budget where we think there's a possibility that the individual might retire, and this is completely blind, because when we do this, we don't know of any retirements. and we reduced that salary by $35,000 in the budget. So it's not, there's no negative number in here for that. And this is the one where last year we budgeted for 16, based on the 5-year average. We had a few more before the budget was finalized, and we bumped it up to 19. And then, basically, from about May 15th until June 30th, got 20 more. And that was the source of the 700,000, 35 times 20, that's going into the medical retention fund.
Right.
But what that's done, in looking at the age and stage of our certified staff now, is that there are not that many people eligible left to retire. I mean, we think this has run out. We could be wrong, but we have to be conservative with this. We had just so many people retire last year that as we look at the age and years of experience of people that are left, we just don't see a large number in there, and so that's why we pulled the number back to 14. And that's the story on retirement and turnover.
Okay, so just to follow up on that.
Yeah.
So this was a few months ago that this was created. Between those 14 that are scattered throughout the budget and the 460, which is the churn and the non-certified, do you still feel pretty good about those numbers, or had they wavered any or to any degree?
We really have no indication on the certified churn at all, and the non-certified. Typically, people don't even announce their retirements until a little bit later, so we're still guessing. I mean, I'm not comfortable going up on that number at all. Ann Leffert is so nervous. She's like the cat on a hot tin roof behind me, hoping against hope that we get to 14, because we don't have many, if any, in hand, and again, we're just rolling the dice a little bit here. So I've got no reason to change those figures either way right now, but it's a bit of a hope.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And my other, do you want to follow up on that, Jim? Because I had a
Yeah.
second question. Okay, go ahead.
Unless do you have another line of questioning in regards to the retirements?
No, I'll come back.
Go right ahead.
Dr. Tedder, when's the last time you were wrong the other way on that decision, where you budgeted too many and you didn't get them? Because I can't remember an instance when that's ever happened.
Not since I've been here. I don't think so. I think we've been really close a couple years, within 2 or 3 or 4. But, I've never, over budgeted or under budgeted? Yeah, I've never put in 20 and gotten 12, for example. Right.
14 just seems like a really low number, especially coming off of 39.
I know.
Where last year you were over 100% wrong.
No, you're right. It's
So
a crazy thing.
It's kind of sometimes hard to believe these numbers.
Right. I mean,
And I'm willing to believe you on the 14 as long as I get a commitment from you and from Phil at the board, and maybe you guys can vote on it before we have to vote, that once again, if there's more than 14, that you'll put that money aside for the town.
I think in Dr. Title's first year, Mr. Mottola's last year, when we had to adjust the budget in May for 2.8 million or something like that, we actually had to add, I think it was 3 teachers into the budget because we had, quote, guessed wrong the other way on the number of sections of elementary school classrooms we would need. And so sometimes the retirements that you budget for 14 leaving, and if you only get 13 or 12, are offset by the extra 1 section because 3 extra kids moved into Mill Hills District and created a new section in elementary school. So can I tell you that dollar for dollar? No, I won't tell you that. I can't tell you that because the budget is a dynamic thing, and costs go up in one line and down in another line. I can tell you that we will balance the budget.
Will you get a sense of the body of your board of whether if there's another, say, more than 2 or 3 teacher retirements that you didn't anticipate, that you'll put that money aside and turn it back to the town?
I will tell you that the sense of the board has always been not to spend money that we don't need to spend, and when we have been able to give town money back to the town, we've given back $350,000, put $700,000 aside. Our history, I think, supports that. I don't think it's necessary for me to poll the board or ask the board to vote to do something that they have historically done.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing, I don't think, to get a sense of your body to come up with a policy that if for some reason, because these numbers float around so much, and I will always say that since I've been involved, I've never seen them, you guys been on the wrong side of this number.
That's a good thing.
Well, I guess it's a good thing.
Well, you don't want to be
mean,
short. We can't, we have
is it
no.
good for the taxpayer? I don't know.
No, we have no contingency in our budget. There's no contingency, right? So we blow out the snow removal budget this year.
Well, Dr. Neto, there is a contingency in your budget. It's not formally in your budget, but your contingency is the full faith and credit of this town.
Yeah, I understand.
And you know, and I do, and you've talked to us, that we can't be in the red.
Correct, but at the
That
same time.
the state would be down here
Right.
within minutes.
Right.
If we were in the red, and you've advised us of that when we had the problems last year. And,
Right.
and we've always stood by you.
Yes,
And we've
I
always
understand
fully
that.
funded that.
And I would never, that to me, that is an absolute last resort. I've done, what number budget is this for me? 25 budgets. And last year would have been the first time I would have ever have asked a municipality to bail out a school system. That's how strongly. Now, at the end of the day, we managed it, okay? But the fact is that we often have unanticipated costs in a variety of places in our budget. We don't have any contingency to fall back on at all. We don't have a rainy day fund.
Yeah.
We have, yes, we can always come back to all the town bodies and say we want more money. That is not a proposition any of us relish. And so when you get unanticipated costs handed to you, such as, here, go spend $95,000 to fight an arbitration case, right? Go spend $200,000 on snow removal because it decides to snow all at once and on weekends. It's not that we over budget in those areas intentionally. It's just that we need to be conservative, I guess, because of our responsibility to finish in the black and my absolute abhorrence of the fact of ever coming back to this town for additional funding in a fiscal year. But I agree. At the end of the day, I believe the town would bail us out if you feel we made a good faith effort to mitigate whatever the problem was, because you made that very clear last year. And actually took some steps preliminarily in that direction. But I would never run the budget in such a way as to say, well, I could go over because I know the town's back there to bail us out. They'd never let us go that way. That would be the absolute last thing I would ever want to do.
It just seems as though it would be, since we don't have to, this way we wouldn't have to deal with this every single year, and these numbers seem to change so drastically because, last year you have the official number's 42, you thought it was going to be 19, or actually you
39.
It was 39, you thought it was first going to be 16, then you upped it to 19.
Right.
Based on the numbers you were seeing at
Yes.
the time, and then it turned out to be 39.
39, right.
That they were over 100% off.
Yeah.
And
In the prior years, though, the differences were not nearly that big. That was
what was
a
the
real
reason for the
one-off.
differences last year? What did you hear was the reason why people retired so drastically last year?
I think what happened was there were massive changes in
Teacher evaluation.
certain elements of the educational system for the first time last year, particularly with respect to the teacher evaluation system. Incredibly burdensome for teachers and administrators. A lot of work on both sides of it, as well as lurking down the road, potentially test-based accountability, where potentially they're looking at standardized test scores being factored into their evaluations. And I think a number of teachers experienced that all the way through one year, got to the end of the year, and said, you know what? I think I don't want to be in this game anymore. And this happened in a number of districts, and I think that what happened was a lot of people have just said, I've just been around too long to have to make all these massive changes, and I think that was a contributing factor to it. That would be my best hypothesis on it, because really a lot of these came in after end-of-year supervisory conferences with the administrator. And I will also tell you that not every retirement is voluntary. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
It's Mr. Kiley's back. Do you have a follow-up on Mr. Walsh's comment?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, and then we're going back to Mr. Kiley.
I think that Mr. Walsh certainly raises some interesting dialogue points, but I think that we're here to review the budget, and I think this conversation might be better done away from the budget cycle if we're talking about policy. I'd also think that it should be something, rather than from one member, one point of view to the Board of Education, it ought to be from the Board of Finance, and certainly from a Board of Selectmen standpoint, I think we'd like a chance to be part of that discussion. So I think that it's a good topic for discussion. I think if there's a way to sort that out, that would be good. I just think that perhaps we can do that away from this process now and get back to reviewing the budget and make sure that everybody gets to weigh in on that. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra. I'm going to go to Mr. Kiley.
Thank you, sir. My other question goes back to another number we've referenced earlier, and it is on slide 16 of the presentation. It's the per pupil expenditures. And just quickly, when I look at this slide, I see it's from the year 13-14, which would now be 2 years old, looking at next year's budget. So I did some quick math, and if I'm correct, it looks like we end up at about 15,800 per student for next year, which is 2 years removed from this number, which is 4% in total, or about 2% each year, and that kind of feels about right, I would think, right? As far as how much it's gone up each year?
You never know. That's in the ballpark, given, given that enrollment is going to be flat, anticipated to be flat.
Right.
It was pretty close to flat, then you're really looking at what was the budget increase. Although not everything in the budget increase is counted in this per pupil expenditure because it's a complicated formula, but
Right.
you're probably not far off.
It's directionally correct.
Yeah, I think our
okay.
I think our per pupil expenditure will start to rise slightly if budget increases occur. I think what's happened is that for a number of years, as you saw on some of the prior slides, the budget increases were, I'll call, very modest, and the enrollment was going up. And that's a formula where your per pupil expenditure basically stays flat, or in some cases goes down. Given that this year we received, I think it was a 2.99, and obviously if next year we were able to get something close to that or the number we asked for, then I think you're right in the ballpark.
Right. So, I mean, directionally, a couple points per year for the last 2 years is relatively consistent with either CPI or the budget increases or what we've seen across other districts. So that's not my question. My question is, well, my first comment is, I mean, we certainly appreciate the efficiency and, the per capita or the per student expenditure being on the low side of the scale. That's a credit to everyone who has worked hard on that, to spend our money wisely and prudently, and that's greatly appreciated. But the other side of the question is something that Mr. Dwyer touched on when he was talking about this topic. And there may only be an anecdotal answer for now, but my question is, this is not a race we want to win, to steal your quote, right? You don't want to be the lowest unless the lowest means you're also the best, right? And it's hard to gauge those two things together. So my question is, if we are on the lower end, and being on the lower end means not doing or not having everything that you might want to have or do within a school district, what trends do you see, or what pitfalls do you see, this number having within it going forward? I mean, are there things that you aren't able to do that you'd like to be doing? Are you cutting back in areas that are critically important, that aren't getting funded? Does it not mean any of that? But are there any things that we should be on the lookout for as we keep expenses low, which again is a good thing as long as they're managed properly and they don't affect the quality? But when do you hit the tipping point? When does spending too little actually have a material effect on the delivery of the education?
Well, that was, I got to digest that for a second. First, I think I'll address the critically important part. If there was something that I thought was critically important, something that we were, lagging way, way behind on, or we were at risk of having, really high class sizes because we couldn't keep our class size guidelines and so forth, that it would be in the budget, okay? And, the health insurance piece, I knew was going to be a big number, but I couldn't let that crowd out, important improvement areas that I think we need to keep working on. So I want to assure people that if I really thought it was a critical item, it's in the budget. And I wouldn't want to bring forward, I don't think I ever brought forward a budget that takes a system backwards. I just couldn't do that. I only end up in that situation at the end of the day when the budget gets cut and you have to make some really difficult decisions on that. But I would not propose one, and I don't think a Board of Ed would ever want to propose one that intentionally takes the system backwards in terms of quality. We've come too far. Are there things that people want that don't get in? There's a bunch of people sitting behind me who have scars on their backs from going through budget meetings with me. So the answer is yes. There are always places that we would love to improve and that we have to say, look, we're prioritizing. We're going to put our money into X this year because we can't do X, Y, and Z because the budget will be dead on arrival. And that's a calculation that you make. But some things we just have decided to phase in. So one example of that is the world language. There were a number of people, and I'm sure if you'd ask the board members as a whole, that they would like to see our world language program be up there with the premier world language programs, in the state. And feel badly that we suffered loss on that 4 years ago when we had to reduce some of it. But at the same time, and we did a whole study on it, presented it to the board from an educational point of view, we really felt that both educationally and fiscally, if we phased it in, we could get there. We're just not going to get there as fast as maybe some people would have wanted. So I think some of the improvements get delayed, but not forgotten. We could, yeah.
Can I comment
okay.
on the world language? One of the other hour-long conversations we had when we looked at the budget is we did have some members of our board that exactly did want to be more aggressive in implementing the long-term world language program. And so one of the amendments that the board considered was exactly that, to not just do 6th grade, but to do the lower grades as well in this first year. And after a long debate, the comment, we need to present still a responsible budget, caused the majority of the board, not the unanimous part of the board, but a majority of the board to say, we will take this one step at a time. So that would be a clear example of something that's not in the budget that some of our board members very seriously wanted to be able to put in a more aggressive world language implementation.
The other areas that could always use additional support are additional maintenance projects and additional technology funding. There's just so many improvements that we can make in those areas, and I'm just basically saying to them, prioritize it, we'll phase it in. We've been incrementally increasing in those areas, or at least holding them steady, so that we're not losing ground. But there are needs and demands from, Tom Cullen could give me another $600,000 of major maintenance projects that are all viable. But he's just not getting a 100% increase in that budget. Nancy Burns could give me a long list of software and hardware enhancements that she would love to make in the budget. And while we've gotten her more money in that account over the years, it's kind of another area we'd love to see additional funding. And there's a bunch of other potential staff positions that people wanted to see that, again, we just have to say, let's prioritize what we're going to do, put them on the back burner, and next year we'll revisit them. So nothing ever gets cast aside entirely, but I just try to be prudent with it. I don't just take what everybody hands me and say, okay, let's give it all to the board, let them deal with it. I take it down to what I think is defensible, and I think the board's respected that, and I think you guys have respected that as well. So, I don't leave everyone else to be the bad guy. I take it out on my own staff first.
Absolutely, and thank you for those comments. I certainly appreciate that. Just the last comment I have on that is, you know, my question is really just to identify in your minds, you guys are the experts, you know, are we falling behind in our schools? Are we at risk? And it's a bigger question that we can answer while we're sitting here tonight, but it's just kind of food for thought. I mean, are we on the right track, or are we getting off track? And if so, why, and how do we fix it? Thank you.
Yep.
I want to follow up on Mr. Kiley's comments only because, if I might, only because I noted the comment earlier, raised to the bottom, and I kind of took exception to it. And for a couple of reasons, and I'll just use your own slides. If you go to the 10-year comparison of Fairfield versus the state on per pupil expenditures, back in 2005, and I'll use 2005-6.
Sure.
We were 24th in the state, and now we're 69, right?
Right.
Okay, that's the so-called kind of race to the bottom, I guess.
Well, I think the race to the bottom is on the slide Mr. Kiley was talking about.
Right, no, it's there too.
Yeah.
Right, but go to the next, go flip to the slide on advanced placement scores. Same time period, 2005 till 2014. You doubled your advanced placement offerings, and you doubled your test scores.
Yes.
That's a race I want to win every day of the week.
Absolutely.
Because in life, if you can do more with less and have that kind of results, you're doing a damn good job. So I give you credit for that.
Right.
But I also say that doesn't prove, that also proves the case that more dollars don't always fix the problem.
That's the dilemma.
Right.
Yeah, if
The
you
other
do a
thing
really
is-
good job with it, they give you, they say, well, you're doing a great job with what we're giving you, why give you more?
And I'm not saying, that, but it's also
Yeah.
kind of a misnomer because, as you pointed out, there's two things that factor that per pupil expenditure. Number one is you have a certain set of fixed costs every year
Correct.
to just open the doors for the schools. Over the last decade, your student enrollment has gone up 10%, ergo what your division is has gone up 10%, so it makes your per pupil expenditure, particularly on the fixed costs, look much better.
Right.
Okay? The other item, on your per pupil costs, you just said before, when my question about gross versus net, is a per pupil cost gross or net?
It's gross.
It's gross, so we don't get any, so it's apples to apples across.
The state,
it's
the state
gross.
calculates that. It not only includes the actual dollars spent by the board and the grants received by the board, but it also includes the in-kind services
the
provided by
town
the town that
provides.
Mr. Tetro referenced. Those all get included. So for example, a school system couldn't artificially lower its per pupil expenditures by taking a service it's doing and giving it and say, here, town pay for it.
Right.
The town they catch you on that one.
That's good to know.
So they've really got a good, solid way of making it apples to apples across the whole state, because there have been games played with this.
Right.
Now, I can't say that all the towns are as consistent about how they calculate in-kind, but in-kind is a schedule that is submitted and is
Yeah,
included.
and it was referenced the other
Right.
week. I
Right. I
specifically
will say,
remember
by
that.
the way, just in reference to that, debt service is excluded from the per pupil expenditure. And so it is in, obviously, a lot of the debt service is on the schools, but not everything in the list gets counted in per pupil expenditure because the state removes debt service from everybody,
Right.
right? Not just us.
As long as it's an apples-to-apples
Right.
comparison,
It's-
that's what we have to
yeah.
concern ourselves with.
It is an apples-to-apples comparison, and you also just, that's why you can't simply divide the
Budget by the
budget by
amount,
the number
right.
of kids and say that's your per pupil expenditure.
What's that form? There's a state form that you have to fill out every year. Is it the
EDO01.
EO01, right?
It's the
And that's the form
nightmare
that they
schedule,
use. Right.
yes. It's the EDO01, and one of the schedules on there is in-kind services, and basically the town finance department gives us those figures, and we plug them in, and off it goes. So, and that's also, an EDO01 is audited.
Right.
So that's why we often have this lag, because
Right.
the state won't do these per pupils until they're audited,
Right.
for the most part. That's why it takes a couple of years for this to really take hold. So, yeah, you can't dodge the per pupil,
Right.
calculation. They've made sure of that.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that, and I
Right.
wanted to point that out.
Right.
I think
We're
it's a good
very
start.
proud of those AP scores. I mean, I'm with you on that. That's the race we want to keep winning.
Right.
And look, I mean, we are looking every year, every budget I've done, we have a whole list in here of economies and efficiencies that we have done over the past 5 years. I just keep a running tally because those are things that often recur. But at some point, I don't know what the point is. I mean, every year we can pull a couple rabbits out of our hat, but, you know, kind of the low-hanging fruit has been plucked.
Well, and the other item, though, this year, in fairness, that's driving up kind of
Yeah.
the differential, you have a cliff on this medical insurance.
Yeah,
Because the medical
we're getting
insurance
killed.
this past year, well, you're getting killed, but it's not that the rate went up, it's that we under-budgeted this past year and dipped into the
Right.
reserve. There's no more reserve to be had. So you got to pay for it, as you say,
You're-
pay as you go.
Yeah.
Do no harm. So that's artificially increased this year.
Well, you've also got a
Because
9%
you
trend.
artificially decreased it last year.
Well, it wasn't decreased last year.
We used the reserve, so it
Yeah,
was.
because the experience was much worse than budgeted for.
Correct.
Yeah, at the time the budget was done, it looked pretty good. But then we fell off a cliff.
We
Yep.
knew that there were problems last year.
Yeah, shortly after the board's budget was done, we knew there were problems, that's true. But what happened there was, so we've covered a lot of that.
Right.
But, you know, if,
I'm not criticizing.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
I
saying
understand.
You've got the artificial cliff here.
yes, but with 9% trend,
Yep.
you know, if you got, if you had budgeted perfectly and done your expenses perfectly, right? We had budgeted to do no harm, and Aon was exactly right. When you're talking about a $30 million claim base, 9% means you're at 2.7 out of the box, right?
Right.
Now, we're about 2.7. And what that really is,
It's after the adjustments, though, for the takedown of some of the benefits and some.
yeah, so what you've really got in the simplest form is, you got 9% on 30 million, there's your 2.7.
Yep.
Right, we're at about 2.7. You got about 800 to bail yourself out of the hole.
Correct.
And 800 back on your FEA contract,
Which brings you to the.
which brings you back to 2.7.
Right.
That's the simplest explanation of health insurance I can ever give.
Yep.
Right? So if you're going to keep having trend, medical trend, and budget to medical trend,
So you're going up 2.8 a year.
that's going to be in there unless you have a
Plan
fabulous
design.
year on your experience or trend goes down. I mean, we keep reading.
And, oh, by the way.
Yeah.
If that trend continues.
Yeah.
If the plan design doesn't change.
Right.
If there's not change at the federal level as to what is
Affordable
a
Care Act.
Cadillac plan,
Right.
that number gets extraordinary over the next couple of years.
It's already starting to hit us.
Correct. Last year, I remember we had to bake in several hundred thousands of dollars.
Yes,
But
fees.
isn't the big one in 2018?
2018 fiscal year. Well, it may hit in the middle of the fiscal year. We're still unclear as to whether it hits on January 1st or July 1st, but that's the year
And by
of
the
the
way, if it
Cadillac
does,
tax.
you're going to be squeezing programs, right?
Oh, I think that's just going to be another cost driver that's going to get in there, and then, you know, we go from there. The Affordable Care Act has a lot of tentacles to it that have hidden costs above and beyond the Cadillac tax.
Right.
Right? I mean, starting 2 or 3 years ago, they mandated certain covered services to
Right.
be made free and without any copay. And by most of the estimates, that increased everybody's plan costs by 1 to 3%. You might remember this discussion.
I do.
Right?
Oh,
And then, what's that?
Unfortunately, we do.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was sort of a hidden thing, because it wasn't like a line item, and then they started hitting you with 2 other fees,
Right.
which we actually, Aon has been good about that and just broken those out for you. They're supposed to be phased out, but don't count on it.
And here's, as we go through this, I just want to make one other point that I brought up. This is my PSA and my request that I ask every year, and I know you're waiting on something for the state, but I think it would really be beneficial if we got a profit and loss, or rather an income statement by program. And I know with.
It's not really income, right?
Correct.
It's not
With
income.
Loss.
I know.
Expenditure.
We're not a profit center.
Correct. But what I would like to do, well, your profit are the AP scores, so I'll give you
There you go.
that,
The profit
okay?
is non-monetary, the costs are.
Correct.
Okay.
But here's the thing, it doesn't get away from the fact that having a budget by program
Right.
would be very helpful, and we've talked about this before.
Yeah, and at some point, that will be easy to do.
And what do we know, because last time we talked about this, it was the state chart of accounts we were waiting
Yeah.
for, correct?
Doreen, you want to expound on this topic since it's your world?
Yeah, actually, we just got something on that, that there, we have to download our 1314 expenses. Bloom Shapiro was hired, the state hired Bloom Shapiro as a consultant to help them work on this, and there's a crosswalk that they're doing. So they're testing 1314 first with our current chart of accounts to
And
how they
mapping
want
it
to see
to a
it.
new one?
Right.
And that has program elements to it, correct?
Well, just as much as our budget has programs now, you know, you could see music.
But we can't see
Yeah.
English, we can't see math, we don't get a total cost. And I was under the impression that for the budgets for, at the state level, we are going to get that when the new chart of accounts is implemented, correct?
We should be able to. I'll let you know.
And what, have they given you an estimated date when this is going to be fully implemented, or no, or what their target date is?
Well, we just got the spreadsheet to test out 1314. We're required to do 1415 expenses will be mapped.
So that'll be mapped, and then going forward, we'll just have the new chart of accounts, is that the deal?
Could be. Right. We could either adjust to the map, you know,
Right.
change our chart of accounts to the map, or just map them.
Be great if we could talk about this at our quarterly review, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be good.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And I don't, to this board, I don't need to say that, but I think perhaps others in the community should hear this. The word comprehensive and rigorous educational school district, those are important words to colleges and universities.
Correct.
If we use the program cost model to say, oh, look what the per unit cost is for Chinese, or look what the per unit cost is for something, and we start making educational decisions just on per unit costs, and slowly get to a school district that is no longer adjudged by universities and colleges as a comprehensive and rigorous program, then this town will lose, and our students will lose. So I think we have to be careful that that's just one of, and I'll say one of the minor components when we're looking at what do we need to budget in order to maintain a comprehensive and rigorous school program. That's a conversation for another day, but I just think that we can't just limit it to, once we have the program costs, we can use that as a significant decision maker. And I don't think anybody on this board thinks that.
Right.
But I think sometimes people in the community may hear it that way.
I'm going to go to Mr. Brown, who was patient with me jumping the line there, so thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, just jumping to the budget book. This microphone working?
Not well.
Not too well.
Can you
Just
hear
get
me
closer
okay?
to it.
No, I'm pretty close to it. If you could go to page 160, on the capital outlay, we have an investment of 1.4 million. It looks like in hardware, software, infrastructure. Right, do you know what we're spending this year in this budget on the same items?
Yes, we have that in the budget. That line item is actually closer to 1.5 million in this year's budget, and the reason it's going down is that 2 years ago, that line was about 1.1 million, and I've obviously been a big supporter of technology and would never want to cut a budget in advance. But the fact of the matter is that we budgeted a big increase in that in the current year because we needed to put additional money in for a match for a grant of about $250,000, $300,000. So that line item really got a big bump, a one-time bump. And so we pulled it back a little bit, but it's still to a couple $100,000 higher than it was 2 years ago. So there was sort of this one-time increase in it, and we pulled it back a bit from that number for that reason.
From 1.5 to 1.4?
Yes, 4.
Do you see this as an investment every year around the same amount? Is there like a multi-year plan, and
Yeah, the school system has a 3-year technology plan, which includes capital, not just capital, but it has a 3-year plan. And I think Nancy Burns is here. Love to have her come up and talk to you, because if you're going to ask one more level of detail, I won't be able to answer it. So do I forecast in the future that we're going to be at about this level? I would say yes. I think we're probably at the level we need to be at, but of course, she would love to have more. Sometimes the unit costs do come down, you know, and we were able to get a technology grant, so that also helps us. We've got another grant in the works that we already have the match for. So hard to predict, but we're trying to keep it at a steady state. What I like to try to do with these line items is get them up to a certain point where we feel like that's a good sort of continuous number that we can live with every year with just maybe an inflation adjustment, so you don't have to be making up for lost ground. The problem has been here, particularly with maintenance and technology and a few other areas, we got so low based on some prior decisions that we've just been trying to build these things up. But I think we're getting pretty close to where we need to be, although Nancy will probably now disagree with me. But Nancy, can you talk about the capital and the capital plan and so forth?
Sure. We have actually two plans. We have what I call our network infrastructure plan that talks about sort of a 3 to 5 year vision about where we need to go for the stuff that's in what I like to call in the closets and nobody sees in the walls. And then we have the 3-year plan Dr. Title referred to that we have a committee working on presently. And that's I call it the instructional plan. It also talks about what we need in the classroom, what we need in computer labs to support our program from a technological viewpoint. Some of you will remember that we've come to different boards, Board of Ed's. I've been here 15 years, so I think we've done 5 plans now, or we're in the middle of doing our 5th plan. It's based on a state template where they set some goals for us, and then we try to write goals that match how our district is going to meet those state objectives, as well as build in some objectives of our own. And it's all aligned with curriculum and instruction and the curriculum review and updates as well.
Now, do you work with the town at all on purchasing power and?
The town tends to piggyback on the Board of Ed, basically because we're just a bigger enterprise from a technological standpoint. So I get better numbers typically than they do. But Don and I have worked hand in hand on certain projects. When we did our wireless, he piggybacked off of that to get wireless for the town, for example. We did our switch project. I know he did the same thing. And so it really depends on what the project is. Wide area network we do together.
So you work together when you can? Sounds like what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But Dr. Title's right. I always want more money.
Well, how much would you like? What would you spend?
To do it right, I need about $3 million.
$3 million.
He's not in the room. Just ask for whatever you want.
I think I just did.
Mr. Dwyer, we get to vote on one number. The rest is up to you guys.
All right, sorry.
All right.
Getting older.
Mrs. Leclerc, too much information.
Just want to follow up on Jim. Are we staying current with all levels of our schools, like elementary, middle school, high school, with the technology? We update them all?
Oh, yeah, we do update them all. We work with the directors of the different levels as well when we need to make decisions. A couple of years ago, I worked with Anna Cote-Leonard, who was the director of elementary ed at the time. They wanted to go mobile, and we really didn't have the funding to do that and a replacement plan that we normally would have done. So we opted to buy the mobile units and leave the older machines working. We basically upgraded those to get some more life out of them, and that's worked out pretty well. But Dr. Title's right, we're still playing catch-up with our replacement plan across the board. The average machines that we're replacing are anywhere from 6 to 8 years of age, depending on where they're located. And that's tough in this environment.
Okay. And how long do you think it will take you to catch up? Or?
It kind of depends on how much money I can wrangle out of the man down the other end of the table here.
It's usually my fault.
It's always his fault.
Right. I will point out that one of the unfunded mandate areas in the testing arena is that now all of the standardized testing is being taken on computers. And so while the state grant did help us with that, we had to really make sure that all of the computers that our kids were taking the test on were capable of handling the software, and that we had sufficient bandwidth to do simultaneous testing across the whole district. And fortunately, last year when we had the field test of that, it went reasonably well, but we had to invest, considerable amount of money at all levels to ensure that when the kids take the SBAC, that the machines will work. So we couldn't pick a level and play favorites, even if we wanted to.
Okay.
It is a continual challenge to keep technology in the hands of kids for instructional purposes while we're doing these assessments as well. Most of the work that we're doing with the curriculum at this point is online resources, so they need access to a computer to be able to access those resources in the classroom. So when those machines are being taken up by assessment time, it creates a challenge because we don't have one-to-one ratios, in our schools. We're roughly around 2.5 on average.
And that's what the grant really was all about, was essentially because if you think about it, your elementary school, if we're, has probably like the one computer lab, and that's going to be continually in use for testing. What computers are available to the rest of the school? And that's what we bought some mobile technology so that testing could take 3 to 6 weeks. It doesn't happen in just 2 days. And so as a result, we had to invest in more mobile technology at all levels because the computer labs at the middle schools are all going to get tied up because of all 3 grades are tested there. And it's really a challenge. I think one of the hidden costs of the Common Core assessment is the investment that districts had to make in technology that maybe they should have made anyways. But we had to accelerate that part of the plan that maybe we weren't planning on doing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members right now? Mr. Becker.
Just thank you. So 2 pieces of information I think that would be helpful if maybe we could put them on the follow-up. I don't think they're within the book. One of them is on the per pupil expenditure side. Right now it looks like, again, we're sort of comparing on the Fairfield County end. It would be helpful if we could see some numbers within our DIRG, and maybe if you can try to focus them within Fairfield County. It's that delicate balance of what's a real comparable, but maybe a little bit more on that end would be helpful.
Yeah, we have that done for A and B by county, probably on the website. We did it for the Board of Ed.
Okay.
But we have it. It's done.
Then
Yep.
perfect. And if it's up on the website.
Right. But we can,
email,
we'll double
great.
check.
If not, I'll go up and I'll.
We'll send you a link.
Perfect.
Yeah. If it's not, we'll just send it out. We'll send a link to everybody.
Okay.
We
Thank
color-coded it by county.
Even better.
Yeah. Right, because you're,
Yeah.
you're making a good point that, you could be in DRGB, but if you're in a part of the state where the cost structure is 20% lower, then,
Yeah,
that's
no.
all, it-
Exactly. There's a
right.
fine line of.
Right.
of
And I think
that.
finding the right comparables for anything in this business is just a continual challenge.
Yep, I agree.
Just a general point.
No, not just you, town side too, and hopefully
Right.
one day we'll come up with a solution.
Right.
The other one is on the retiree. I know that it was mentioned that we'll probably on a more global side try to deal with that at some point. But if you could, if you have the retiree, what was budgeted, what was actual for, I'd say 5 years, but I almost want to say if it's not too much work to dig back a little bit further, maybe up to the 10 or even just a couple. It seems like it probably looking at that small snapshot probably doesn't give you a really good view. It's a little too short term. So really, that's it. It's those 2 things.
Well, I think we can provide that fairly easily.
That'd be great.
I know when this came up, probably the 2nd or 3rd year here, I said, I got to come up with a standard that I can use to budget this, not just pull a number out of the air. So, well, I did last year, maybe the year before, as I said, I'm going to take the 5-year average of the actuals, and I'm going to budget that. Because at one point, I think we used to budget 10 or 12. And I goosed it up pretty good. And I said, well, I can't just keep rolling the dice. Is there some standard way to do this that I think might work? So the standard was, I'm going to budget the 5-year average. So what happened? We had a year of 39 retirements. So if somebody could come up with a formula that accurately predicts retirements in Fairfield based on some algorithm, maybe we can have somebody run a, multiple regression model based on age, years of experience, and the state of the economy, and predict for me the number of retirements, that I'm happy to use that algorithm to budget them. Otherwise, it's a crystal ball. And Ann and I sitting down and saying, okay, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, we really strive to be as accurate as possible with every number that's in here, to the best of our ability. Some of them we have a higher confidence in than others. That's not a high confidence number.
That fair point.
Yeah.
That's in our mind, just to, to get a better idea, and then we can have that other conversation at some point. So,
Do we have?
thank you.
Mrs. Marmee.
Thank you. I just wanted to go to the security services expenses line under contracted services.
What page?
I'm on page 42 and 43. And I understand from the explanation that the budget from 2014, 2015 of $300,000 has been reduced by $140,000 to $160,000 for this coming budget year. And I understand also that we are in the process of getting bonding approved for security money. And I'd just like to, without going into too much detail, get some understanding that there is no duplication in this budget with what we've just decided to bond.
Correct. That's why the number goes down so much. And we really did kind of a bottom-up calculation of what that really should be based on a historical spending in that account. A lot of the, spending in that account is a little bit of things that come up over the course of the year. So, for example, somebody says, oh, the back door at school X won't close correctly. We need to replace it. That may be a security issue. We can take care of small security, breaks and so forth, or, 2 cameras in such and such a school aren't working. We need to replace them. Those would be the kind of things that, small repairs to existing stuff would come out of this account. And we're also paying for some of the security, there's some security contracted services that are in here that are not part of it. This is not really a capital account. See, it's under contracted services.
Under contracted
Yeah,
services.
so really we're contracting out for a variety of services in this account. It's not something for capital outlay. The bond is all capital outlay.
Right.
All right, so there's a clear distinction there. We may have to, contract with somebody to come in and repair something, be a contracted service, but if we were going to do a, $20,000 capital expenditure of some kind, this would not be the right account to take it from. That would go over in a capital account or maintenance account, something like that. But there's no overlap between this and the bond.
Thank
We
you.
just put it there last year because we really didn't know what else to do with it. We wanted to highlight it. We wanted to make a statement that we wanted to expend money, and then as the budget season wore on, it was clear that the town wanted to do it holistically, which is great, and so there was no need for it. And again, because I don't just simply carry a number over from one year to the next, if it needs to go down, it goes down. Down it went.
I guess historically, was this the budget in the, of 160,000, was that in 2013, was that the prior year budget? I don't have.
It was 140 in the prior year. So this is a $20,000 increase over what it was 2 years ago. But that's sort of normal cost increases in what we've done there. And we have had to do additional contracting for security services in a variety of places to keep up with, as we've put in, for example, quite a bit more infrastructure on our own before this bond. I mean, we've made a lot of enhancements to security in the schools. People are probably aware of it in terms of buzzers and
Right.
computer systems now and and so forth, and now all of those need to be maintained, and we need to contract services for these new installations. And so there's been a little bump in here over what it was 2 years ago, but we're now maintaining a lot more security equipment than ever before.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the hour's getting a little late, and we have DPW, so I want to just go through any more questions or comments that people have on this. Why don't we go, before we go to the public comment, let's, Health and Human Services is kind of wrapped up into this, correct? We should probably talk about that a little bit.
You want to do that in private school bus?
And then
while
we'll
John
have
and-
it, and then we'll have it, because I think private school bus will probably be pretty quick.
Yeah, so Andre, I think, is in charge of that
Let's
particular
do,
one. Health and welfare?
Yeah.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, thank you.
And then John Fickey on the buses?
Yes, and we'll go to 261. That way, just, we'll have everything rolled together, and then we can get public comment on all of it.
Okay, great.
Page 261 in our regular budget books. Oh, he's got the wrong, 178. I'm sorry, I had the wrong one. My fault. My apologies. 178. Go right ahead. Hey, Andrew.
Hello again. As you, those of you who've been here before, this line item is flat funded. Other than salary increases, it's no increase in FTE, no increase in service. This helps us to meet our mandated obligation to conduct evaluations for students who attend the non-public schools of Fairfield. So that's what this funding does. It provides for a small team of part-time staff who work with our non-public schools to assess and evaluate children who may have disabilities and who do have disabilities but need to be reevaluated on a 3-year basis. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you want, if there are any.
Questions on this budget? Seeing none? Thank you.
It's my easiest budget question of the year is that one.
Yeah. Maybe if Dr. Tuttle had you present the whole budget, we would have been.
She had her airtime this week.
Oh, okay. So I heard. Okay. We're going to go to private school bus transportation, which is page 176 and 177. Mr. Fickey, welcome.
He's mad that I answered the transportation question.
Okay, so this is going down by about 4.5% or so, year over year. Hello. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions on this budget? Again, it's a slight reduction, year over year.
Anything we can do to help?
Questions, comments from board members? Mr. Fickey, do you have anything you'd like to tell us?
We actually added a bus here after the school year started in negotiations with one of the private schools, but we didn't have the St. Catherine's costs and the prepayment discount in previous years, so it was able to net itself out. The other thing we did is we have a trial program at Fairfield Prep to reduce the ride times in the morning. We met with a group of parents in the school, and they came back. They actually sent letters out to one bus route, and it ended up, I think we dropped 17 students on the bus route in the morning, and it removed 12 stops, and I think it picked up like 15 minutes off the bus route. So hopefully Fairfield Prep can present that to the parents, and we can do it with all 5 runs next year. We've always asked the private schools to use the opt-out program if they don't want the buses. We extended it further with the private schools that they can do it just in the morning. If mom's going to take the kids to the school, then say you don't want the bus, we can take the stops off. We might not be able to reduce any buses, but at least we can save the kids, because of the service area, we can save them 15 or 20 minutes on the bus.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here, as always, and all your hard work. At this point, I'm going to ask for any public comment on the education budget as it stands before us. Please come up to the microphone here in the front. We need your name, your address, and then any brief comments you would like to make. This is not a time for questions. This is not questions. These are just public comments. So anybody, please.
And so that you can move directly on as they come up here, I just want to thank you for taking the time to review our budget. Just as Mr. Flynn suggested, that the level of questions does not mean a question about the value of the school system. Our advocacy responses on behalf of 10,000 students does not mean that we don't recognize that both the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance have been supportive friends of these public schools.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer, and thanks for all your hard work, and thanks to you and your colleagues for the time you put in on this budget as well. It's greatly appreciated. And now, feel free.
Hi, Tina Brown, 35 Quaker Lane. I'm in here in support of the budget on twofold. For the past 12 years, I've been back in Fairfield. I grew up in this town. And 10 of those years, I have worked as a teacher at Fairfield Ludlow High School. I have two children, one who graduated last year and another one who is in the current middle school. And I've watched the past few years of the budget having large chunks taken out by different town bodies. And while we may not see it right away, it does, through the years, do something. I don't believe any of the budget cuts affected my daughter who has graduated in any way. I know it's already affected my middle schooler. She was in the elementary school when the foreign language got cut. As a teacher, how it's affected me is class size is really the only way I can say it. I'm not really worrying that you're going to cut mathematics from programs, so I don't think that's going to happen, but other programs could certainly be cut. But as a teacher, when you look at it, and I see in my own school that we've lost 6 AP teachers to other schools, not through retirement. We've lost a few through retirement as well. I wonder how many will be left by the time my daughter gets to the high school, because there are schools in our area that have better programs, that have smaller class sizes, that have better science facilities. And that's just the nature of it. That's what we're around. You know, it's not Fairfield's fault that that is the towns that are around us, but we do need to be competitive with those towns. And when we look at the 15,100 and whatever it is that we spend on a student, yes, that's great. We do offer a great education. I am not saying that we don't, but it's not, you're not going to see in 1 year these cuts. You're going to see from my child who in the 3rd grade they started, in the 12th grade, is the education going to be as good for her then? I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
Hi, my name is Bob Smoller. I'm the president of the Fairfield Education Association, and I'd like to comment on a few of the items that I heard here tonight. One is, I think you're all aware, in the latest contract, the FVA did agree to about $3 million in reductions over the last 3 years in the health care benefits, both through benefit reductions and increased contributions. The other thing I would note is, and I do have a particular amount of expertise in the healthcare area, I think you are going to see a lot of innovation on the healthcare side over the next 3 years. My colleagues, my former colleagues in that field, are experimenting with different types of networks, different kinds of products. I have committed to the administration already to relook at the healthcare plan in 2017. It will be interesting to see what happens with the Cadillac tax, as about 82% of all employers are going to be affected by it in 2023, and I think that may be more than the government is willing to bear. So, I think it's a little early to jump to any action on the healthcare plan. We have to wait to see what happens in the next couple of years as insurance carriers and employers plan for what is ahead. On the salary side, I would note, and I hope you look at the budget over a longer period of time than just this year, but over the last 5 years, or 6 years if you want to include this year's, the average salary increase for staff has averaged about 2%, which has not been that high, and in fact, Fairfield has dropped from 10th highest in Fairfield County to 14th highest, falling behind towns like Trumbull from a salary standpoint. And it's still a very good salary schedule, but it does have its impact in being able to find better teachers, hire teachers in shortage areas especially. I talked to a principal the other day who was telling me that it's very difficult to get substitutes now because substitutes often would come to a school because they were hoping to get a job. And we tend to hire, or at least the reputation of Fairfield now is that we tend to hire only master's level 1 people versus more experienced people. So I think, as my colleague Tina Brown was just saying, the cumulative effect over the last few years of some of the tightening we've done has had an effect on things. And I would concur 100% with Dr. Title that just about all the low-hanging fruit is out of this budget at this point in time. And there's not a whole lot of room if cuts are made further. I would like to just say also, the World Language Program, to your point, sir, the World Language Program is one program, if it were to be accelerated, would have a huge benefit because we are trying to prepare students for a more global society. And all the research shows that the earlier you start learning another language, the faster you'll get there and the better chance you'll be more fluent when you get to your senior year. So, that would be one program I think everybody, the Board of Ed, would agree, if it could be accelerated at some point, the sooner the better. And the last point I'll make is I can tell you almost for certainty that the excess retirements that you saw last year were due to the teacher retirement plan. A lot of teachers communicated to me that it was just the right time to, the evaluation plan, I'm sorry. A lot of teachers communicated to me that, they were just not interested in operating in that environment. And while they might have liked to have been around for another year or two, that's just not something they wanted to hang around for. And so what happened is when you have a bulk of retirements in one year, that's that fewer number of people who are available to retire in subsequent years. And so I think you just saw an acceleration of retirements last year. And I would agree with Dr. Title. I think, while you could see some positive upside on that, I think it's more likely that, you should be more conservative on that side this year and in the outgoing years. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments? Good evening.
Good evening. It's nice to be sitting on this side of the table for once. Mark Patton, 503 Valley Road, also a member of the Fairfield Board of Education. I'd like to thank all of you for your due diligence and the hard work that you still have yet to do on this budget. And I know we've all been through many of these, and it's never easy. And you always ask the tough questions, and we really appreciate that. Dr. Title, Chairman Dwyer, we all appreciate that. I'd also at least like to point out that while each year, we strive to find budget efficiencies, to keep things as flat as we can. We do strive on the Board of Education to actually try and enhance the education system, and things like increasing the world language has been pretty much a full board initiative, and something that we've all tried to push forward, and the administration has answered that with this program. In a fairly efficient manner and a slow rollout, as Dr. Title explained, as well as the administration and teaching staff changes at the Walter Fitzgerald campus, which are very much needed if you've ever visited that environment, as well as in special education. So again, thank you for your support, and thank you for all the work.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your time and effort on behalf of the town. Much appreciated.
Suzanne Miska, 123 Reigate Road. My recollection of things seems to be a little bit different than other people's in regards to the health care last year. Presented to the Board of Ed was a health care plan that was to end at 0. And Aon sat there and told them it should end at 0. And the Board of Ed members raised the concern that, is it okay it ends at 0? And the discussion did not go along the lines like, we'll figure it out. It was along the lines like, well, the town will help us because we help them. And I, for one, and I know this is probably outside the scope, but would like to see some sort of policy put in place because everybody got a 1. The former first selectman, whatever, got his 1 using the Board of Ed. The Board of Ed now has had the patience of the town to refund theirs. The $2.7 million is the equivalent of the 9% actuarial of a $30 million. That's what should be in there. And I agree, I don't want to take taxpayer money and start making cushions in there, and that we should be diligent. But kicking it down the road and waiting for it to kind of come into a smoothing effect is not doing us anything well. The fact that in the last couple of years we've not funded and have relied on a cushion, and the cushion is gone. And now 12.5% is what's being put in health care, and it's a big cost driver. We can't keep playing this game. We have to come to a solution, and so I implore the Board of Finance and the Board of Ed to work together with the Board of Selectmen to come up with some sort of policy to make this work a little bit better so that we're not looking at negative numbers at the bottom of a line. The other thing I do want to add is, while I appreciate the amazing results we've had in AP, as I will have a son now taking AP going into next year, I'm hoping we have the same stellar results. We do have kids that aren't AP, and I do grow concerned that the level discrepancies that we have in education are widening. You see it from 8th to 9th. You see it within the grade levels between a 11 honors course and a non-honors course. That is something I would love to see fixed and looked at. The other concern I have is you did have a heck of a lot of retirees. And while that helped our health care fund for $700,000, my concern is the replacement level of what we're bringing in. I'm not sure how the salary line just never seems to fluctuate and is just that number of times whatever the contractual amount is. And the reason I raise that question is presented to this board, the Board of Finance, at the beginning of the year in the quarterly report, is the movement off of that salary line to fund on other transfers within the budget. Somewhere along the line, something's not making sense, and I hope that someone asks the question and finds out an answer. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Melanie Fox Carvalho, 14 Westbrook Place. I'm a 20-year Fairfield resident, and I've been a mom for 10. I've had a child who had to avail himself of the special ed services here at Stratfield Elementary, and I have another child who is currently at Stratfield. I just want to say briefly on behalf of the Stratfield PTA that we feel that this is a carefully and conscientiously crafted budget, and we fully support it being passed as is. And I know that you probably will have to make many careful and difficult decisions, but we'd like you to know that we talked about this in our last meeting, and we really feel that it is a good budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And seeing no one else, would like to thank everybody for coming out. Thanks to Dr. Title and the team once again for all the hard work on the budget. I'm sure we'll come back to you with questions and comments on the budget as we move forward, and would appreciate your diligence in getting us answers. At this point, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll start DPW.
Are we getting them back again?
Not specific.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank the Department of Public Works for coming out late on an evening that's not a snow evening. If Scott had been more accurate with the weather predictions last week, this wouldn't have happened. We could have had the meeting.
I told you selfishly I was too tired.
I actually saw Scott plowing snow, not just directing.
I thought somebody. I thought somebody hit my mailbox.
It was to make room for my truck. So,
all right. So here's what we have. We have the building department with Mr. Connolly, solid waste and recycling, Public Works Administration, Public Works Operations, Engineering, Street Lighting, and then WPCA. We'll try to roll through this evening, and in all sincerity, thank you for your, A, for your patience, and B, for your flexibility being able to come tonight. We're going to start on page 249, which is the building department. Yeah, actually, thank you, Linda. What?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse myself from this budget.
On the
Thanks.
building
Yes, I'm going
department?
to step outside. Just let me know it's over.
Okay. Jim, do you want to stay for the revenue?
No, none of it.
Okay.
Thanks. What page? What are we on now?
We're going to go to the revenue, which is page 46. We'll do this one first. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, let's go ahead. So we're going to specifically look at the building department revenue lines, and who's going to speak to those?
I will.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present my budget. I had a long speech for you, but I'm not going to go through with it. But any questions you have on revenue, I can help you with.
Okay, so the, obviously the biggest line item is your building permits line item. This year, you're at $1,135,000. Next year, you're scheduled to be at $1.5 million.
Yes.
What's going on in those line items, if you don't mind?
I have several things. Fairfield University is looking at a school of nursing. They're looking at their recplex. I'm looking at a $40 million large expenditure up there, large jobs up there. Sacred Heart is looking at some fairly large jobs as well. Very strong house market. Last year we did 104 new homes. I expect with the current level to do approximately that, seeing the number of demolitions that we're doing today. We're seeing a very strong market in lifting houses on the beach again. The beach area is very hot. A lot of new people in there, a lot of interest down in that area. It's extended all the way up to Old Post Road. They're considering it the beach area. Black Rock Medical Facility is still fighting some zoning issues. They're coming out. Mill Hill Assisted Living Facility has a proposal on the table. So there's a lot of fairly good-sized projects. We're still looking at Walgreens coming in on the Post Road. They have not presented any money to us yet, and they're talking about blasting, so that should be coming in. And have an extremely strong solar energy market. We're going to see some good, I believe, some good numbers in there. So I believe that these numbers are good for me.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Do we have questions on this? Did we have any large projects this year? I'm looking at the delta year over year, and you enumerated a bunch of large projects, and I'm assuming we didn't have the same level of large projects this year because we're only at about 1.1. Well, that's the budget. I'm not sure where we are actual right now.
We're
Tom,
very
you may want
close
to check
to
where the actuals are.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
that's what I do want
actuals
to
are
do.
almost $1 million on that. They're 900,000. We have
Year to
another
date.
today, I believe.
Yeah.
Today. Well,
So we'll
within this
surpass.
month. Yeah,
Yeah.
we still have the school. Sacred Heart is still doing their dormitory.
Right.
I have a meeting with them tomorrow as far as when we're going to get the money, because it can be incremental in how they pay us, either for the building and then the mechanicals. So it really depends on when they choose to cut checks for me. But that'll be a fairly large check coming in. very shortly, and again, incrementally, they may pay it as one chunk, and they may pay it in electrical, mechanical, things like that.
So in essence, you're going to blow through
16.
the budget this year, so the delta year over year from what you're actually going to achieve this year to what you're budgeting next year is not as significant as it would appear. here.
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir. Yes.
Mr. Stone?
The Black Rock thing you're talking, is that the plant factory?
Yes, sir.
And then the Mill Hill is the assisted living?
Assisted,
Aren't
yeah, they
both
don't-
of those mired down in planning and zoning, though?
At this point, again, I'm tasked to look at what projections I can foresee happening. Yeah, these are all projections. I don't know that any of them are going to happen. They're projections. They're strong projections. Anything could happen. So, I really have to look at it and say, where are we? I don't know if we're going to build 104 new houses or 33. I really look at what's happened in the past. I look at my code review as they come in, and I talk to people. Some of they may be scaled down in size. It's really hard to tell.
I'm not questioning the validity of the projects. Actually, I like them both. But I'm just wondering if we're being too optimistic because they might never happen, with revenue. It's just a guess.
I like to be optimistic, to be honest with you.
All right.
Mr. Brown? Are you all set, Mr. Stone? Mr. Brown?
How about on the commercial side? Any large activity there? What's the percentage of permits for commercial?
Walgreens is a commercial project. We're still very strong in our restaurants. I have a few on the horizon, smaller ones, but they still add up. They still believe the community is a very big, viable restaurant area. And I think it'll even get stronger if we can do the theater, Fairfield Theater Group there. And they're permitted right now for that. There's no money in that for us, but as far as large commercial projects, I look at Fairfield University and Sacred Heart, and those are the big numbers. Those are really, for us, I always go to them and ask them that question. What large projects? When can we see that money? I do have some other things up at Fairfield University. They're talking about a parking garage. They're talking about a TV studio. They're talking about more dorms. When, where, and how, I don't want to project them for this year, but it could happen. I mean, people walk in and throw $5 million on the table and they start a building. It's how they do it. It's amazing. So, but they have a lot of smaller projects, no numbers yet to them, but smaller projects that add up to millions of dollars.
You mentioned in your write-up that there's at least one large project that's still in planning. What are you referring to there?
Well, again, planning, there's,
Is there one
and I'm not sure.
specific project that you're talking about here, or just what you're discussing?
I think in general, all the larger projects are planning. We go day to day. As I said, I have a meeting tomorrow with the building manager from Sacred Heart to really lock down what they plan on doing and where the numbers are, where the money is, and when they're going to spend it. But they're absolutely going to do at Fairfield U School of Nursing. They have some obstacles, and their Recplex. So those are two big ones, and that is in the $40 million range. And we would assess values.
Sounds pretty positive then.
Oh, I believe so.
Great. Any other questions on that? All right, seeing none on the revenue, thank you, Mr. Connolly. We're going to go to page, we'll go to page 251, which are the numbers for the building department. And before we get into it, you will note that this is one of those departments that had the 3-year contract settlement, so we've got a large increase in the salary lines as we go from, and that's noted on page 252, going from the 13-year contract to the 16. Okay. So other questions, commentary? Mr. Connolly, anything you want to point out in this budget to us?
I think the big, you're going to see some large, what appear to be large percentage of increases, but really they're small numbers if you look at it. There's some IT software that I'm in need of that's again, you'll see a large percentage increase there, but really they're small numbers. The IT end of what we do, we're really bogged down by a lot of paperwork. We do a tremendous amount of research that people don't see. Every house that's sold, they come to us. Every attorney in town asks us for the paperwork. Some of this is in old file form that we have to get up, open a file, look at, and then sometimes from there go to the basement to archives. So we're trying to get a document management system for fairly cheap money because we already own the server. The town clerk has purchased in past a Laserfiche system, so we own the server. So this is, in my opinion, cheap money and a good document storage system with a lot of expansion that we're looking into. I don't have any real numbers on the expansion end, but the simple document management system, I think, has a tremendous, will be a tremendous help to our department. I have probably 29,000 card files, just simple card files, and we do, I think, 265 title searches last year. So it's a lot of footwork. If I can get them up and on a management system and in a program like Laserfiche, I think, again, it can be enhance our customer service tremendously. So that's one of the larger. You'll see some other larger clothing and dry goods. We have educational memberships, travel and meetings. The state of Connecticut has changed or is voting on, as we speak, upgrading all of the code family. They're going from the 2003 code to the 2012 code. That's 3 code changes. And we're not going to buy the books in between, but I need to buy a set of 7 books for all 5 of my inspectors. It's a lot of money and it's a lot of training. It's 3 code changes in many aspects, so it's a big jump up. It's not simply 1 step, it's 3 steps up. And there's a lot of information to ingest in a short period of time. Last year I came before you and asked for money for a code change. They did it, and they're going to vote again and try to bring it up to the 12 family of codes. We're still on the 03 codes. We're still in the 1996 gas codes. So we expect some big changes. And to be truthful, it's money I have to have. I have to have books and I have to have training. So I know it looks like a big percentage, but it's small money. That's really where I'm at.
Mr. Tetra?
Yeah, I
Thank
just
you,
want
Mr.
to
Conlon.
point out with respect to the Laserfiche system, Tom took a lot of initiative in terms of doing the research on that, and I look at that after reviewing what Tom came through and how he plans to use it as kind of twofold. One, by implementing that, we'll make the department more productive in terms of the searches they're doing, but at the same time, it raises service levels, and all that without adding staff, which is obviously one of the goals around here. So I think that he's done a lot of work. Assuming it works, Tom has talked about this is something that also might be able to be expanded to other departments that have the same kind of document storage issues. So we know it's working in town clerk, so there's a certain confidence factor in terms of the ability to implement it, knowing what the complications are, those things that you never know when you're doing something new. We kind of know that. So I think that I think Tom did a good job of looking at his department, looking at customer service levels, and thinking outside the box to see what other departments might be able to use it down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Tetra.
Thank you.
Mr. Stone?
I just want to compliment you because going to the building department now is almost pleasurable. I mean, it really is. It's
well, I take offense at that.
No, it's
Anyone having fun at my department doesn't know our department.
Really,
He also likes the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, no, I can see a big difference. It really is.
Great.
The
Well,
last
thank you.
Year or so.
Thank you. I have a great staff, so I have to tell
No,
you.
they're
that it's-
nice. They smile. I mean, it's.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Any other, Mrs. Leclerc?
Will the public be able to access the database, or not yet? It's just for the department?
To be truthful, that's the future of what this brings to me. I think if you take a look in your off time at the city or town of Framingham, Massachusetts, they use the whole Laserfiche system. And I think that I'm very, very impressed with it. So I think that at some point we can, not with what I have here, but yes, in the future, that's what I'm really striving for. This is public information. It should be given to the public at their will. It should be online. This is really the beginning of it. I want to try it at cheap money before I come back to you and say, I need larger money, and then build on that Laserfish system. So I guess the bottom line is, not yet, but that's really the ultimate. That's my goal, to give the public access to this. So if someone walks into my office, I can simply say, go to the public portal, click on XYZ, and open up that address. I don't have to do anything. It gives my staff time to do other things. So, yes. Didn't want to extend that, but yes, in the future. Very shortly, I hope.
You good, Mrs. Leclerc? Yep. We'll go to Mr. Becker.
Thank you. So just on the expense side, this is the first year you bought some components of the software and then you're buying another component of the software? Or is it that when you increase the ability, like a yearly fee then went up and it's sort of, that's our ongoing? How is the...
The component that I'm buying, I think I understand what you're asking. The component that I'm buying right now is simply a document storage system. The next level of this, once we kind of, a little history, it took me a little time to find this system. In between everything else I was trying to do with the department and for the department, it took a bit of time to find. So I wish I had another 2 months of research into this. I probably would have come in at a different level. This level is really document storage. So I still have to get these documents into this system before I build on that to offer it to the public, and before I build on the system to maybe put a permit programming system in place with Laserfish. So I really want to try it at cheap money. As I said, we own the server. This is software and training and licensing, very cheap money. If it works and it flows well with my staff, and I'm gonna seek more levels of the Laserfish system. If it doesn't work for any other thing, I'm gonna keep it for document storage. I mean, I have thousands of files I'd love to put on this. So,
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. I don't see anything from the public. And we're all set. Mr. Connolly, thank you.
that was very painless. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience tonight. And we'll go to solid waste and recycling. That's page 269. Oh, and which one's 52 is revenue? Yeah, let's go to 52 first. You're going to have to keep doing that to me, Linda. Thank you. Feel free to shout it out. Keep me in line.
I got 41 as revenue.
Let's go to 52. I'm going to go do that. You go ahead and take over. Good evening, Mr. Zambrowski. Go right ahead, sir. Jim, you got it.
Good evening. Does anybody have any question about my revenue? I've got a slight decrease, but you'll see that on the expense side also.
Revenues page 53?
53.
52 and 3.
Oh.
Okay. Just give everyone a couple seconds to take a look at it. It's not much of a change, doesn't look like, right?
No.
Any questions on revenue? Okay. So we go to page 269.
Okay, on the expense side, I gave a handout. This, on Tuesday this week, some bids were awarded, and which altered our number for our 54010, our line item number. Does everybody have the handout? Okay. Basically, if you look at the option one, the updated FY16, That was the new total for the line item 54010. We did some research and some calculations, and we came up with option 2, which is below that, which is for 54010, our new number there would be $506,392, but we had to hire 3 part-timers for the operations that we removed out of the contract above, the $132,000. So if we take the 3 part-timers, including their Social Security, which is $42,681, and added that into the cost of our operations here, the 54010, we would still be lower than our projected budget for this year.
Okay, so we're, Mr. Tetron? If I might frame this discussion a bit, there's a contract we have in place that ends March 31st. We basically put that out to bid. The prices came back higher than expected, higher enough so that in essence, by taking it back in-house, we've spent a lot of time talking about where we take things outside and hire contractors. In this case, it was the contractor's advice, the one who won the bid, to say, you shouldn't be paying me for this. You can hire guys cheaper than I can to do this. Now, this starts April 1st. So in essence, as much as this is a change now, this will be in place starting April 1st of this year. So we'll be saving some money over the last quarter. This will then continue into next year. Okay. Does that help? That helps. So basically, Mike, did I
bringing
get
this
that
back-
right?
Yeah, doing it in-house versus out-house was definitely a plus.
Outhouse solid waste and recycling?
He's a solid waste kind of guy, yes.
Have we ever done this in-house before?
We have some part-timers now. We haven't done this yet, and we will have to do some training for our employees, but we should be able, it should be fine. I'm going to cross-train all the part-timers so we can, if we need someone for that position, we just pull them off the other, we just call them in and replace. And they don't get any benefits, so there's no real cost. If we have to pull somebody off on a holiday, they don't get any benefits or holiday pay, so.
Okay. Any questions on the worksheet?
We still are under budget last year's budget, so it's a decrease. Instead of a 2.4% decrease, now we're about 2.5% decrease from this year's budget.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
So just to be clear, the numbers that are in here under this come down within the budget book, right? The budget book does not reflect the sheet at this point.
No, not yet.
That
Not a
sheet-
huge
That sheet was
difference.
updated in the last few days. It was actually put in that format today to be handed out.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
We had the bid opening on Tuesday, and Wednesday, basically, I guess the bid was awarded, so we had
Yep.
yesterday and today to put the numbers together.
Okay. Just making sure.
Finish it off. Go for it.
You have any other comments in the book? Any other comments about any other line item?
No, that's it.
We have any more questions? Mr. Beck?
Thank you. Could you give an idea on the expense side, what it would, potentially what it would cost if people were able to go to get into the dump a little bit later on Saturdays? I mean, this is something, it's like the number one, I know we've gone through it a few times, but it has to be the number one thing that I hear over and over from people. And, it's just, and other people in government, I think, hear the same thing. I mean, it's just so frequently people comment on, just from an inconvenience standpoint. So I guess the question at some point becomes, we're a service business, we put a lot of money into making things convenient and all of that. At some point, do we look at even a couple of hours and, maybe not this cycle, but get ready to maybe just do that. So
We've looked at other days, and a couple times we did have the transfer station open later. And one time we had, I believe, 2.5 to 3 hours, and only 30 people came in. I mean, we have contractors there, we have to pay the contractors overtime, and if we were going to do this on a steady basis, we would have to hire full-time, we'd have to have at least one person full-time there on a weekly basis, because the hours, we can only give our part-timers 19 and a half hours, and just run out of days, and, it's, the expense side is, I did some numbers a couple years ago with the budget, and I can give those to you.
yeah, if you could, even showing 1 or 2 hours, and if, obviously, it becomes a cost-benefit analysis on that. It's just so frequently mentioned, and I know what you're saying about those numbers. So if you have anything, sort of I don't know if you track per hour or during that trial period, you looked at it, but it does seem that any time you go down there, there's the massive line, and then there's everyone's rushing. You can see people. I mean, going down One Rod Highway or heading down Reef, there's sort of that rush, and
You get
and
that
then
at
people-
you get that at all facilities like that, the last-minute rush.
Of course, yeah,
you get-
no, but it'd be helpful.
Thanks.
All right, yeah, I'll dig through my records and send an email out to the group.
Please do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I know it's late, but back to the spreadsheet for a second. Maybe I'm just missing something. You're comparing, you made the comment that this new service is like $5,000, $6,000 less, and it takes your savings, it reduces your budget further. Is that what you
Correct.
said?
Yes.
Then I'm not understanding how it works, because the first column totals 554, which ties back to the line in the book, right?
Correct.
Right. And they came back and said, no, it's going to cost 638,
Correct.
all right? And then you said, okay, well, we can do it in-house for 619,
Correct.
right?
It's
So-
still higher than the
So the 554 turns into 619. It's not going the other way.
No, the 550.
Am I reading this wrong?
Yes, the 550, there's a subtotal line. The 554 changes to 506,392.
Correct.
A decrease of 48,000. But then you have to add in new costs, which are part-time. They in
Right, so-
part offset it.
So
So then you must compare, if you have to add in the part-time costs on both sides, the original budget and the updated budget.
Okay. All right.
Is that?
Thanks.
I'm sorry. We should have highlighted the contracted line a little bit more.
Anything else on this budget? Okay, that's it for solid waste from the Public Works Administration.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any revenues here?
Okay, yeah, page 50.
Page 50. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for letting me talk trash. Thank you.
Appreciate All right. Go right ahead. Linda, where would you like us to look? Public Works. Page 51?
50 and 51.
Okay, we've used a 3-year average on everything but the nitrogen removal credit. Okay, who's going to speak to this?
I will.
Okay.
So the
Mr. Michelangelo.
Yep, thank you. Joe Michelangelo, Director of Public Works. The nitrogen removal credit is calculated by the amount of pounds that we discharged into Long Island Sound, so we're rated for a certain amount of pounds. We're under our permitted limit, so under the state trading program, the town of Fairfield reaps money every year, and there are towns that are pay into the program. We receive a fund, and this represents the portion of the total that is on the town side. And years ago, there was a split based on the funding for the nitrogen credit, and it's been long established, so there's a portion that goes to the town side, portion that goes to the WPCA side as revenue, and this is the split that was used for many years.
Thank you, sir. Any questions on this line item or any other revenue line item related to Public Works, which the rest of them seem to be using the 3-year average, correct? Anyone? Anything? Going once, going twice? Okay, then we're going to go to page 239, which is Public Works Administration. And this budget went up by a grand total of $13,000. And the payroll line went up by $14,000, mostly due to settlements of contracts, I believe. There's nothing.
Correct. It's basically, this is for 4 full-time staff, myself, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Bowman, and a full-time secretary in Independence Hall. So this is the administrative wing of the Public Works Department.
Do we have any questions on any line items related to this budget? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to Public Works Operations. Again, our same cast of characters, and this is page 241, and we'll go back to you, gentlemen.
Okay. I'll give just a highlight of the overall budget, and there is a increase, a 12.9% increase, and just an overview of the Public Works budget, Public Works Operations budget itself. So Public Works, we obviously think of roads, but it's much more than roads. So the Public Works Department's in charge of almost all physical services for the town, and just about everything comes out of the Public Works Operations budget. And I'll just say, so it's not only roads, it's sidewalks, it's snow and ice, it's our fleet vehicle maintenance, it's all town buildings except for the schools, it's utilities, the grounds around our buildings, the parks, our beaches, the facilities at the beaches, the facilities at our parks, community events. So the list of stuff that this does not cover is much smaller. As I said, the only thing that's not covered for this physical services that the town provides is school buildings. Exclusive, we're not involved in it. And some of the other stuff we are tangentially involved in, like the golf courses, open space, parking authority, and school grounds. But basically, everything excepting from that is funded from this $15.5 million request. And I'll highlight some of the items. And one of the significant items, which I want to point out right now, is the capital outlay request, which is 57000. There was a misentering of 2 of the trucks in there. So the request of $827,050 is actually $72,000 too high.
$5,700. If you go to page 247, page 247, it lays out the capital requests.
Okay. Yes, and the account number, once again, and I'll go into the specific reasons why. The account is capital outlay, which is 57000. I'm sorry. Did I get the right one? Yeah. Yep, 57000. And if you turn 2 pages forward to page 247.
244.
Okay. 247, and I'll point out the trucks. When we requested the 6-wheel all-season truck, that should be $200,000. And the 10-wheel dump truck should be $228,000. And just to circle back on it, these are the same exact trucks that we requested, began the request through the Board of Aldermen. I'm sorry, I was in the wrong town, previous job, through the Board of Selectmen. And so it's...
That's your side job.
Yeah, correct. So the revised number of 228 and 200,000 are consistent with the ones that we requested that did not pass the Board of Selectmen several months ago.
Okay, so that was part of the non-recurring request, and it was pulled out of the non-recurring request and is now in here.
Correct, but once again, the processes went parallel, so it wasn't,
How did how does this compare to the capital plan that you put together, that you presented to us last fall?
okay. Well, the actual vehicles, we programmed 4 vehicles for replacement for approximately the same dollar amount. When we evaluated it, the actual particulars of the vehicles were not exactly the same as the plan, but the 4 vehicles are what we had programmed in the plan.
I was thinking more of the dollars. Let's get away from the specific vehicles. You'd put a plan together, and we talked about really
Correct.
doing a catch-up adjustment using some non-recurring,
Yep.
and then increasing the budget here so that on an ongoing basis you would have within the operating budget
Yep.
kind of an average dollar amount a year
Correct.
going forward, which my memory could be wrong, was that average dollar amount going forward that we're trying to get to is up to the $600,000 to $700,000 range
Well-
on an annual basis. Is that?
It is, well, programming it at, and the average value of these type vehicles is 200,000. So if we stick with that 200,000 as a round number, this year we did program 4 for 800,000 approximately. We have one more year of 4 at 800,000. And then we're basically, after next year, then we achieve our steady state of 3 trucks per year at 200,000, with the understanding that the 200,000 won't remain constant, it'll go up, you know.
That might be your understanding.
Well, the request.
Yet to be determined whether that's our understanding.
The request, the trucks will increase in value, but, and yeah, so, and this year, the way it's working out, there are 2 in the operating budget and 2 in the capital budget request. Next year,
Yeah, but what's confusing me, I guess, is we were trying to stair-step it up to 600,000 a year, right? Now you've already stair-stepped this up to over 800,000, plus what we put non-recurring. So I'm trying to figure out how to get from there to here.
Let me just step it through. There was, if you remember the capital plan, there was a 800,000 a year for a few years to start, and then to 600,000. What we're doing here is,
Okay. I just don't remember it. I'm not saying you're
okay,
wrong.
I just,
Yeah. go
in
ahead.
this budget, this year, there's 400,000 in the operating budget, 400,000 non-recurring. Next year, 300,000 in the operating budget is our plan, 200,000 in non-recurring. Following year, 600,000 in the operating budget, no money in non-recurring.
Mm-hmm.
So in essence, we're phasing in and basically doing some catch-up over the next 3 years. And
Okay,
then it's 600,000 a year thereafter.
so why am I looking at 827 here?
the other part of that, so the thing that we talked about with the 800,000 and the 600,000 is for our capital vehicles over 100,000. We also have vehicles under 100,000, and not just vehicles, all the equipment, the other, like rollers and pan whackers and things like that, and different attachments. So what we program or what we figure, the average value that we should need for the vehicles and pickup trucks and mason dumps, for the vehicles under 100,000 is approximately 300,000 per year. So going forward, that would be our steady state in the future. We feel we would need 600,000 a year for the bigger vehicles and 300,000 a year for the lesser vehicles.
Okay, so, again, then you just said 300, 300.
No.
Who's on first? Okay. Yeah. Okay, because what I'm looking at is last year in this account, when we didn't do any of the big vehicles, right? We were at, where's the number? I'm missing it. We were at like 140 grand, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
All right, so we went from 140 to 827. Now, I'll see your 140, and I'll add your 400, and then I'm at 440. I'll even say that last year you were light on the 140, and I'll give you an additional 60, right? That puts you up to 500.
I think it puts us to 6. I think
600.
it's 401.
Yeah, you're right. Math is a second language here. 600. You're at
Just after
827.
10:30, it's a second language. Up until 10:30, you were pretty good.
Yeah, exactly, thank you. Thank you. So that's 600 versus 827, which I know the 827's coming down to roughly 750, but you're still losing me for about 150K on this.
Okay. Well, the vehicles under 100,000, the funding level for that can't be, well, in our view, should not be 147 or 115 like in previous years, to maintain those fleet of vehicles for the assets that we have and turn them over properly to maintain the lower vehicles as well as the more expensive vehicles is approximately 300,000 per year.
Right, and in one fell swoop, you want to go to the 300 from the 150, is what this is.
We're requesting it this year, and correct, and that's what we feel the right number is.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Stone?
On the sidewalks, I was glad to see that increased. That's just for maintenance, though, right? Not for new sidewalks?
That's, unless there's a capital appropriation, that's for that's for everything, for replacing panels and for minor extensions and replacement of existing, stretches of deteriorated sidewalk.
Like you've done before?
Correct.
After this year, if you looked at the sidewalks, how much more do we have to spend to get the rest of the sidewalks up to date? Because some are in really good condition and some of them are really bad condition.
Yeah, correct. One thing that we're finishing up, which we were on hold for in the winter, is an inventory of our sidewalks. So how many miles of concrete sidewalks we have, how many miles of asphalt sidewalks in those different classes, how much do we have to replace in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, try to put lives on them, assign unit prices for those, and develop. So we have, there's 80,000 previously, 100,000 this year. So once again, and I'd say the gut is that 100,000 is what we're using to go forward. But yeah, we want to refine that number and give some data to back up that number, that is the right number that we need to maintain our miles of sidewalk.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, if I might add on to that, there was about 180,000 approved last year between the operating budget and non-recurring. Joe and his team went out and addressed the worst situations. All right, so you see a tremendous improvement in downtown. You see a tremendous improvement in some of the high-priority places around town. That didn't do everything, but that was a major improvement in terms of addressing those spots that were the worst. Focus here, $100,000 is more. We're trying to get to that even run rate, as we've talked about. This is in the budget. If you remember, there was no request for sidewalk dollars in non-recurring. So Joe and his team are going to look at this and perhaps massage this 100,000 a bit, but try and work in that range going forward based on how much they can do and try that for a few years.
Go ahead, Mr. Colley.
Sure. It's a different topic.
Oh, I had one, right next to that, you have the sidewalk maintenance, and you have asphalt paving. What's amazing to me is what an exact number that is.
That number was arrived at by laying out an actual program in December and submitting it with the budget. There is a risk to that number based on the current conditions that none of us knew about back in December. But that exact number was a pavement program that we were going to follow for the spring and summer season.
And what you're referring to is the damage done through the last few months by the weather?
That is correct.
So that you won't be able to conduct the entire program because you're going to have to use some of those funds to fix some of the damage that's been inherent in the heaving and everything else that's going on, is that?
That is correct.
Okay. See, after a few years, I'm getting this. Go ahead,
After
Mr.
10:30.
I know. Go ahead, Mr. Kiley.
Quickly, I just want to be clear on one thing. On capital items 1 and 2, they're in here for $500,000, but they should be $72,000 less than that, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
But those are the same two items that, or are they not, that the Board of Selectmen removed from the capital replacement non-recurring request a few weeks back? Those are the same two trucks, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions? Mr. Walsh?
What accounts make up snow removal in the budget?
Well, the only one that's, okay, yep. The overtime earnings snow removal, 51060, is the one that was funded last year for 125, requested for 150. That's the only line item that's dedicated solely towards snow. But that probably makes up about, I'd say about 35% of the total money we budget for snow. The other ones are, and I wouldn't say hidden, but they're in other account items.
Yep.
And I'll use an example, so you like, for materials. There could be an item there for materials, and we could be using that material on a softball field. We could be using it at Jennings Beach. We could be using it at the Sherman Green parking lot, so that's built in there. But to answer your question specifically, contracted services, which is 54010, we do have contractors who work for us, clearing lots and sidewalks and the Ash Creek Boulevard. And last year, we budgeted $50,000 out of a much bigger line item. So the line item is probably about 1.3 million. 50,000 of that was directly for snow-related stuff. Materials is our largest one that we spend it on. So we budgeted.
600,000, 200 for snow, 600.
Okay, we budgeted from the last year's budget out of a $600,000 line item. Over a third of that, 208,000 plus, was for salts. And the other ones are not as big, but they're still fairly significant. Automotive repair, getting the plow blades, the stuff specific for the trucks, another 20,000 plus out of automotive repair. And we have to, the only minor one, we have to pay meal money to the guys during the snowstorms when they're there for too long, and we take that out of travel meetings, and we budgeted 400,000 of that. So the total, 4,000, I'm sorry, not 400,000. So the total out of
that good.
the total out of the accounts, out of the 5 different ones I mentioned, it was 408,000, 102,000, which was built up in the various line items that are not listed there, but that's how we built the budget. That's how we built it last year, that's how we built it this year.
It seems to me, in looking at the budget and looking what has actually happened, and we're over this year, correct?
We hope.
Are we over?
Oh, we over. I thought you meant snow was over.
No, are we over on the budget?
Yes. We are over on the budget, yes.
Okay, so this will be the third year in a row we're over on the budget?
Probably sounds about right, yep.
Pretty significantly, too, correct?
This year significantly, I'm not sure if the other 2 years were significant.
Well, if I look at overtime earnings for snow removal, let's just look at that 35% of the total snow removal portion. In fiscal year 13, 243,838. Is that when we were still budgeting 125,000?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next year we go up to 321. We budgeted 125 again. And what do you think right now where we stand with the, not an exact number, for that line item, for what we've spent when we budgeted 125,000?
I do have the number, and the number is 342,000 to date.
342.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. It seems to me that just to go up $25,000 in 16 seems to be underfunding the line item again. I mean, we can talk about climate change, we can talk about a lot of things. And I understand that in 2012, that line was we actually spent 48,000. But even if I say, take the last 3 years and average them, you'd need another $50,000 on top of your increase by 25. You'd need about $204,000.
That's correct. I did the math, and I came up with the 200 average as well. Yes.
So I don't know why, I mean, Mike, maybe you can tell me why in your budget you put 150 and why we're just not, it just doesn't seem like we're realistically budgeting that line.
I think you need to look at a couple things. One is that we budgeted what was requested.
Okay.
One. Second, you're looking at the current year, which is important to do, and I don't...
I'm looking at 3 years, actually, last 3.
Looking at the current year also.
Yeah.
Okay, this budget was put together before the snow hit.
Okay.
And if you look at last year's, it was also similar, that we had a real late series of snows that kicked it up as much. Going into this year, part of how we tried to cover for that, as much as we didn't add it into that specific line item, is I'd put 800,000 into contingency. Right?
Okay.
So part of the goal was not to load up each line item until we had a 3-year trend. And looking at this 3 years, certainly will be going up, and I would expect this to go up in next year's budget.
Okay, and what did
But
that 800?
we were moving money into contingency so that on not only this line item, but others, if we had this kind of overage this year, we'd have some place to go get it. That contingency was cut rather significantly going into that. But that was part of the plan, was not to go back to every single line item and budget to the max. Go back to the line items, budget a reasonable amount, and have the overflow, the safety net, if you will, in contingency.
It just seems to me as though we keep continually under budgeting this line, and this year will now add to for a third year where we're significantly over, and then by the time we do next year's budget, if we actually do the average, it's not going to be $204,000 anymore. The average is going to be closer to $300,000.
And you're correct, and one of the reasons for looking at those 3 years, and if we can't get the money in contingency, which it looks like we keep getting shot down on that, then we'll have to go back and put it into line items. My preference would be to put it into a larger contingency, so if perchance we run into a $48,000 year, we'd have the money available for elsewhere.
Okay. I would hope that by next year we start more realistically budgeting, because we're really only talking about 35% of the cost. That's what the numbers we're currently talking about here. There's another 65% of the costs on supplies, on contracted services. I presume we've used a significant amount of contracted services for this year?
Yes, we used 157,000 for contractors, so we're over 107 on that line item.
107. And I'm presuming the previous 2 years, the large years where we had a lot of overtime for snow removal, we have equally higher numbers in contracted services, correct?
That's a fair statement, yes.
So these numbers for the other 65% that we haven't really gone into detail on, and we'd have to have you really break out, which I don't really think would be a good use of our time right now. It seemed like that number's got, all these numbers have got to have to go substantially up, and I think at some point in time, we've got to look at averages for the last 3 years and start realistically budgeting. I understand what the first selectman said in regards to putting money in contingency, but despite the fact that you may put that money in there, as you've seen, it continually gets cut back, and there are other uses for contingency, but at some point, I don't want to budget by contingency. I want to budget for realistic numbers on what we're doing, and it just seems like we're well underfunding the snow removal budget, and we're getting hit with it again this year, even probably more than other years. Probably going to be the highest it's been, and you know, I think it's good that we are at least addressing your truck issue, maybe not immediately, but at least getting some other pieces of equipment out there because of the heavy usage that that equipment has been being pounded with for the last 3 years. So I think that it is definitely due time to do that, but it just seems, going up $25,000 in that one line just seems to me unrealistic and seems to be another way we're going to fail on this budget for next year.
Mr. Tetra?
Yeah, again, just to point out to Mr. Walsh, I think the 3-year method does work, and certainly we've got 3 solid years of that. going into both budgets, because of the way the snow falls, it's fallen in February. I remember being at a St. Patrick's Day dinner last year, when, if you remember the kind of whole salt shortage we went through, that was as mid-March we were going through that. I remember asking everybody to bring the salt shakers back to Fairfield so we could use them in DPW the next morning. But the issue is, when we're putting together the budget, it's before the snow hit in each of the last 2 years. So we didn't have that last year of actuals in building on this. The practical side, and that was the reason for putting the $800,000 in the contingency last year, is so we would have that safety net. And you're right, when that gets cut, much like, not by this board, but some boards have actually cut paving as we've gone through. So part of it's having a plan and putting it in. Part of it's making sure that the people understand what the impact of their cuts are when we look at this budget. But when we have 1 year of bad news, you don't budget for that all across the board. And when you have 2 years, we start taking it up. When you have 3 years, you're absolutely right. We need to include that. And regardless of the reason, be it global warming or anything else, we should be budgeting more going forward from this, given the 3-year trend we have. And the trend, if you notice, is not just because of one big storm, Nemo. It is because of lots of smaller storms that cause the trucks to get out. And when you're plowing 270 miles of roads, as Scott has explained to me in great detail, it doesn't matter if you're plowing 4 inches or 14 inches. You still have to have the trucks and the overtime to go out and cover all 270 miles of roads. So it's really the number of storms, which is a much more dramatic impact than just the amount of snow that takes place.
Thank you, Mr. Tetro. A couple line items that stick out that in the past we've had detail on, and maybe if we could get detail comparing year over year, we can cut this conversation short. But the 2 line items that are going very high are contracted property services and fees and professional services. Those line items are both growing by rather large percentages. So in the past, like I said, we've gotten kind of a detailed breakout. If we could get that year over year,
Okay.
so that we can see, hey, this is how we budgeted for each of these things last year, this is what we did this year, and then this is the rationale why.
Yes.
We can go through that. I'm sure some of it is snow removal and things like that. But I'd like to know more on that. Does anybody else have anything to add to that?
Well, to the extent, Scotty, you're prepared, I'd like to see the detail too, but what number other than snow removal is driving the contracted service line to go up by almost 20%?
3 items are driving contractual services. $25,000 additional for snow contractors, $100,000 additional for tree services, and $131,000 for privatization of fields. We're going into a model of property management and outsourcing many of the fields.
Okay.
So those are the
So
3.
135 was you just said privatization of the, so in other words, outsourcing it.
Outsourcing fields.
Where's the offset?
And what we've,
Where's the savings? I said offset, where's the savings on the other side?
significant savings are on various line items, such as special departmental supplies are going down $61,000, buildings and grounds going down $25,000. Overtime, I'm one of the few departments that's projecting a $21,000 cut in overtime. So we feel that there's $107,000 alone tied to the bid that's causing, so on one hand, I'll spend $131,000 for additional field services, but it's offset by $107,000 in those 3 accounts alone. And I also feel, but I have to get there before I can commit to a serious number, but this board, as well as RTM reps, have advocated more league ownership and cost sharing. We have multiple leagues starting to step up and pay towards it, and our goal is to have all the leagues doing that. It's much easier for us to have unit numbers and pricing and tell the league, this is the cost if you want these fields 7 days a week. You buy into this number versus us trying to justify what our crew did, the hours they were out there, what was travel time, et cetera. And again, to date, Fairfield American League, the Fairfield National League, the Girls Little League are all starting to step up and pay towards those fees.
Matt, can I say something on that?
Please, go right ahead.
I'm on the board of Fairfield National Little League, and we have essentially taken responsibility for, I believe, 3 fields right now.
That is correct.
Full maintenance and We're paying for it ourselves.
That's correct.
And it gives us more control over the fields, which is kind of a better thing.
That's
all
correct.
due respect.
No, that's fair. No, it's a fair comment. We moved it in that direction for that reason. Yeah.
Where do those funds go?
Well, when you say where do the funds go, like what John just spoke to, his league's paying them, so therefore I'm not paying that
They're
expense. So
paying
it's-
it directly.
Correct. So I don't have, any exchange of money.
And sometimes you'll supply materials, your department.
Not sometimes, I would say most times, because the thought is if the leagues are generous enough to help offset the labor number, we can offer them a value back with our purchase power.
So we have 130,000 approximately going into contracted services to take care of the fields, to privatize some of this labor.
That's correct.
Correct. We have net savings of, how much did you say that was?
107,200.
Okay. So usually when we do this privatization, we save more money. It seems like it goes the other way, where it's actually saving the town money. This seems to be costing us a little bit more money.
It's a fair statement, but I don't think the whole process is played out. Number one, we've privatized more, so I can't just, to make the matrix work and get good pricing, it's not just athletic surfaces that have been privatized, so we've increased the pot of privatization. And the second statement will be, I believe as we unroll this, we'll be able to come back with further cuts as more leagues participate. But I can't really have all the leagues participating until we knew what the contractors' numbers were and until we prove ourselves with this model. So I don't disagree. We didn't get into this to spend more money. The goal is to reduce the budget, but I think I need this season to prove that we can do it, get more buy-in by leagues, and come back here next year and tell you what numbers we can decrease the budget by.
Okay. And then by doing the privatization, the workers that we have on the town, that's in your department, we're not reducing those numbers, correct?
That is correct. It was something that we did have long debate over, but we feel that we're moving them into other high-costing positions that we think we compete better with the outside world. So the model going forward is simply, we're really not going to compete much in the parks fields industry for the simple reason we don't think we stack up well with our cost factor. Conversely, we feel we do stack up very well when we come to highway work. So therefore, personnel is being shifted to highway, and we feel, again, that's a good use of our money.
All right. And by having them go to highway, they'll install more of the roads and maintain more of the roads?
Well, there'll certainly be a part of that process. There's certain things I won't compete with. I don't own a paving box, and I won't try to compete with the paving industry. But all the prep work that goes ahead, whether it be drainage or, cutting driveways after we pave or raising manholes, those crews will be doing, yes.
And there's more of that work, so you need more labor. So you're taking some of your guys off of the fields and moving them into that work.
That is correct, and that is correct, and that had nothing to do with the winter. That was our plan when we knew what these numbers were. That had nothing to do with the winter. Obviously, now it's only going to be increased even more based on the current road condition.
Okay.
But we feel it is a much better match for the price we're paying for labor in that more competitive arena for highway.
Okay.
And please do get us that schedule, the detailed breakout.
Yeah.
year over
I
year.
actually have some of you want to talk to it. The biggest on the fees and professional services is actually the police commission mandated officers on all public works projects as well as other projects. So we have to build that factor in, and that's $100,000 itself. But I'll give you a breakdown.
So the
of
police commission mandated their officers have to be on every DPW project.
We have to go by a road list. So the roads, based on primarily traffic and usage, mandate that they have to have an officer, yes.
And that then comes out of your budget?
Correct.
So the police commission increased your budget. It's kind of an unfunded mandate by the police commission.
I have my opinions towards it, but yeah. And again, I know this is public, but there's other alternatives. I can privatize the police model and cut my budget in half, but nobody wants to talk to that on the police side, obviously, because they're trying to do the work. And I can also have my personnel do it, but, because they're all flagger trained, but that's not being addressed right now either.
Why wouldn't we do that?
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Well,
Mike, why
at
wouldn't we
this
do
point, at this point, it's not permissible within the guidelines set forth from the police commission.
Simply put, that is in control of the police commission. and we've initiated some discussions there.
Can we get them before the Board of Finance?
They're going to,
During this
they're going to
budget
be here
process.
for the police department.
Can we get the police commission here?
Typically, the police commissioner, that could be.
The chair would come.
Chair will come.
Could you have them be fully prepared to address that? Because it seems like we could save half the price.
Yeah, as with all things in
Yeah.
public safety, it's not just a dollars number, it's public safety, and I'd be careful about jumping to conclusions too fast without listening to the police side. Second, we're having these discussions internally within the administration. I'm not sure playing them out in a public format necessarily makes the most sense. However, certainly I will ask the police commission if they'd like to come.
Doesn't it have, first of all, I think you're absolutely right. You got to hear the police commission side of it. So I think that's what Jim's asking for.
Yeah.
The second side of it, though, and it's just question, doesn't it have to play out in a public forum anyway?
At some point, but what I'd like to avoid is an argument in this forum,
Uh-huh.
all right, between a police commission, your board, and DPW. I think that it makes sense to talk it through first and see where we are.
Okay. When's that talking through going to happen? Because we got a budget vote in 3 weeks.
We can start it now, but we've already kicked off some of those discussions, but the issue is what's the public safety factor, and you're going to hear some strong arguments on the other side. And
Yeah, no, I'm sure we would. I don't think they went about this willy-nilly. I don't
no, not at all.
Right. Okay. Mr. Mottola, did you have your hand up? Did I?
What was, just real briefly, you said $100,000 for tree services. Is that outside contractor work also?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all.
And most of that is removal. We actually do, and we feel we do a good job as far as the trimming, but we've been just getting phenomenal pricing on the removals. And what we used to do was an hourly bid for removals. Now it's site-specific, tree-specific, and the numbers are just coming in wonderfully.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Right now,
I'd like
Mr.
to
Walsh?
talk about more about paving. What components make up all of the paving?
The two significant line items that make up the paving are obviously the 57002, but the other second significant one is on page 243, and it's 54340, maintenance or repair of improved roads. And then the third one is a segment of materials, which is under 54370, also on page 243. The material end is more for the materials bought to fix the drainage, the asphalt bought to repair driveways after you repair roads.
Which line in 256?
No, it's on page 243, the two lines.
243, okay, I'm
The
sorry.
two lines are 54340, maintenance and repair of improved roads, and the one below it, 54370, materials for maintenance. And the latter one is like asphalts, drainage products, piping, catch basin supplies, cement. The other one is a variation of the paving. When you look at the paving account 57002, that's generally your reclaims, your milling, your asphalt. The other one that comes out of the road maintenance is more of your crack sealings, the things you're doing to extend the life of the pavement, to repair the pavement.
And the total budget you plan for this, all three of them combined, is what?
Well, I would not take the entire percentage of the materials. I would take a third of that as 200,000, but we can add then line item 54340, which is 375,000, add the 200 to that to make 575, and add that to the 3.128, and that would be the budget. So quickly, it looks like 3,700,000 actually, when you do the aggregate of those three.
And how many miles of road will this pave?
Well, again, that's a hard answer, only in the sense that we do so many procedures now. They all have different cost factors. So literally, we can be $4 a square yard up to $20 a square yard based on condition. So but I can give you the matrix that these numbers were built off of and what we expected to accomplish with that.
Okay, and based on that, what you put together, how many miles of roads, because you picked the roads and stuff in
Correct.
advance and all that
That's
stuff.
correct. That's correct.
So based on that,
Our goal based on our program
Yeah.
is you take the treatment that you're doing, you assign it a life cycle.
Mm-hmm.
You take your inventory, in our case, 275 miles, but we also include the parking lots, which brings us to 288 miles. So good practice in pavement management is that you add all those life cycles. So if a treatment, if you're going to do 5 miles of a road and it's going to last 5 years, that gives you 25 miles of life towards your 288. So that number gives me 288 miles of service life in the budget. Because that's what, we don't want to fall below that, because then we'll fall behind on paving. So these numbers represent the different processes that give me 288 miles of life service back into our network.
Scott, didn't we talk a number of years ago that you were trying to get up to like 13 or 14 miles of road a year? Wasn't that what the goal was?
Yeah, and I'd say we're actually over that number, but again, there's different life cycles, so, but yes, that was a fair number when we were dealing with just asphalt. I would say our budget now is broken into like 3 major components. Asphalt's a third, cold mix repaving is a third, and probably micro seal is a third. And the other 2 are definitely more in line with maintenance dollars. But I can say, what I'll do is I'll email you all the plan and some notes that hopefully can help you determine, where we are.
But are we still, I mean, over the previous couple of years, we were not keeping up, correct?
That's a fair statement. The last couple of years have been very good, but Joe and I kicked around a number that we feel is about $2 million delta to get caught back up to what we feel would be a number, and the number would probably be in this delta now, but $2 million additional, not saying you need to fund that today, but $2 million to catch up, but then this number stays real. It's not like give me $2 extra million over the next 3 or 4 budgets and this number goes away. We feel this is a number that's still going to be, that 3.6 in these different accounts is going to be pretty much an annual number. But to answer your question, and for looking at a backlog, it's about $2 million. And I actually have streets to correspond with the $2 million. It's not an arbitrary number, it's a factual number based on condition.
And is there any money in this proposed budget that you requested and the first selectman put forward that is to catch up?
I would say it is in the sense that it has increased over the previous budgets, so yes, I would say it has.
But in the previous budgets, you previously both have stated that we were not funding what we were supposed to fund, or what we had agreed to fund, when we paid to catch up and did the bond.
Yeah, that's fair, but that's not his fault. I mean, at the end of the day, I put a higher number last year. This year, and I shoot myself in the hip on this one, I know nobody wanted it back in a bond, but I put a $1 million program together, and I did it based on cost factor. The $1 million roads I selected were rebuilds at the $22, $23 square yard price, where these have much significant less cost factor. So my rationale was, if I spent the bigger money in a $1 million bond, we might get it approved. It didn't go that way. I certainly wish in retrospect I put it here, but I didn't. So I have to live with that consequence. But I still feel these funding levels, have I not made the miscue on the $1 million, would be adequate for us going forward. And I can't scream that I wanted more based on what happened the last 2 months, because when I did the budget in December, I didn't know what was happening in the last 2 months.
Yeah, because that's my next question, because it's even got even worse since you put these numbers together.
That's fair. Yes, that's correct.
I mean, do you have any guesstimate, and I know it's a complete guesstimate, on what you're seeing so far in driving around town?
Yeah, the roads are
all
in
the
rough
heaves,
shape.
and how much repair work's going to have to be done
There's no
based
doubt-
on what happened?
Yeah, there's no doubt the roads are in rough shape, but I think the things we can take away from that is if you have a mile of road, we're not going to scream we rebuild the whole mile of road. We might be rebuilding 10 or 15% of the road, because in other words, there's sections of that road that failed. So again, like anything else, would this be a great year to get additional funding? Absolutely. I think the roads warrant it, but I'm not going to push the panic button and tell you that if I don't get $2 extra million, the infrastructure is failing. The roads are at their worst now. The frost hasn't left. Those repairs will have to be done when the frost leaves, but again, I don't believe I'm redoing a mile of road, The full mile didn't get bad on me. A section of that road, however, did, and we'll be addressing a section of it.
Okay, it just seems as though, based on what you're talking about, with what has now just occurred with this weather, that you need additional funding in this line.
I would welcome additional funding in this line, but I also don't
Can you
know
handle
what-
the work?
Yes, we can handle the work.
Okay. To the first selectman, was there any thought process in putting more money into the roads? I mean, I know your budget increase was 1.64%, and some of that budget increase was being driven by some, what I call negative drivers, saving money on not having to make the principal payments, savings in pensions, savings in OPEB, a couple other savings of approximately $4.2 million or so, about trying to have a more consistent tax increase for the taxpayer, say around 2%, which is kind of the number it's been kind of coming in at 2, well, this year 1.96 or 98 to 2.4, as opposed to having 1 year down, whereas like next year, we're going to have to like make up the principal payment because we're going to have another 90% band payment. So that's going to have to be like fresh money coming into the budget. Was there any, it just seemed like a good year to, like, if we're having a paving problem, or to use some of these negative drivers to not blow the budget out, but to use some of those savings to catch up in an area like paving, or catch up in an area of an extra truck or something else like that.
Yeah, I think that 20/20 hindsight really helps. Again, when we put together this budget, we didn't have the winter, we didn't have the moguls showing up behind Old Town Hall yet.
Yeah.
And I know you're in and out of Town Hall a lot. I
Yeah.
know you've driven those moguls.
Yeah.
If we could put it on a hill, we'd have a ski run.
It's pretty amazing,
So
actually.
the practical side is no, based on when the budget gets put
Yeah.
together, that wasn't in the cards at that point. Frankly, this is a dramatic increase in paving over what we've had before. As Scott mentioned, they moved some of the money out of this. So out of the 2.7 or whatever we had approved last year, some of that money was moved to other budget lines because it was really more maintenance than it was paving. So that the increase in paving is significantly more than just the 2.7 to 3.1, 400,000 or so that's here. We've also got additional maintenance and additional work in other lines. And my hope is this year we can actually get it through this board and the RTM, because the RTM has been taking a chunk out of paving for each of the last few years.
It's just concerning me with seeing some of the damage done around town, that you're going to have to use some of this money for repair work you didn't even budget for yet. Repair work that's not even in here.
That's a fair
So
statement.
so
yeah.
therefore, we will fall behind in the paving.
We're way behind already after the last 3 years.
But let's
So-
add something else, though, before we go there, right? Between now and the end of the year, we're going to have another update on where we're coming in at the end of this year, right?
Yes.
Relative to the budget. So there could be a situation where for the May, June timeframe, we know that in our contingency, we have enough money to address in this fiscal year, a couple $100,000 worth of paving or something like that. I pull that number out, but the reality is,
I don't think so.
I'm talking contingency for the town, not your contingency.
Okay.
I'm talking from our large contingency account that we have in the town.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that yet. I know our last quarterly update,
You felt
we were fairly running ahead.
Okay.
Your area was down, and we knew your area was down.
Okay, that's all I'm worried about is.
But there are other areas where
You're
they had some
healthy.
give to it. I don't know whether we're going to maintain that or not, but I'm saying if we do feel we're falling short, in the May, June timeframe, there might be ripcords that we can pull within the current fiscal year to handle some of this.
You know, we'll have better information at that point for sure in terms of where we stand.
Right. That's my only thought process on that. Go ahead, Mr. Steff.
I would assume some of these roads that are in bad shape are ones that are going to be repaved anyway.
Yeah, the only thing on some of them, like Hill Farm Roads comes to mind. The procedure that we had planned for that still may work on the majority of the road, but one section in the midsection of that road failed enough that it's a total reclaim, meaning it's down to gravel. So that one section will have a significant increase. Again, I'm not pushing the panic button that the whole road goes into the stratosphere, but there will be 20% of that road that now needs a rebuild versus the procedure that it was up for based on current conditions.
Right. Mr. Mottola.
Just forget about what happened this winter. Your roads, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, some of them are in bad shape by virtue of the fact that your budgets were cut over the last few years. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys have also used this paving amounts kind of as a backstop in your area in previous years, where you've held off on paving, seeing what some of these horrible snow years have been.
To a point. I mean, I get criticized both ways. If I jump out in the spring, no, I do.
No, I know. It's a catch-22.
I jump out in the spring, and everybody says, why don't you leave it in the coffers?
Yeah.
You know, in other words, July 1st, you get your money, I expend it, then they wonder why I don't have it left in spring. Conversely, when I don't spend it in the summer and I have it left in spring, boards go to me, well, you didn't spend it, we don't want to give you money next year. So I think it's a coin flip in terms of how you do it. How I do it is I get the best bang for my buck in terms of where the work is. If the pricing is good on asphalt and I can cluster my work and get better unit pricing, I push it and go for it. If the price of asphalt is up and it's not a good year, I'll back off because a few months later it can come back down. But the last couple of years, we've started the season aggressive with good numbers and pushed the roads out.
Yeah, different question, at least that I heard. We've spent all the money in the budget the last few years, right?
No, that's a fair point. We spent
so
all the
we
money. We
haven't-
didn't use it. We didn't use it on other accounts. That's a fair point.
So to be fair, we've always had a discussion that we'll slow down, hold off, let's make sure we know where we're going to finish. Especially last year when we had, what, $3 million between the 1.5 million in special education and 1.5 million in healthcare on the Board of Ed side. When you say, hey, slow down town, we need to save money, there's only a few numbers you can go to. You can't go to copy paper and save enough money. You've got to go to the big lineups. And this board knows that. I mean, I'm not saying anything that's you haven't seen in past years, but I think it's important to point out to your term safety net. On one hand, yes, but on one hand, the money for paving has been spent for the last few years, so that is not a contributing factor. Not having enough money in the paving line because it's gotten cut, that's a contributing factor.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nightmare.
Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you on those items. We have streetlights, I think, is next, correct? Oh, engineering, 254, let's go there. My apologies, I'm jumping
One
ahead.
small revenue item that uses a 3-year average for miscellaneous and for copies.
Okay, does anybody want to look at that? 3-year average miscellaneous copies in revenue. Page,
47,
how much?
6,100.
Okay, moving on to page number 256, which is the engineering budget. This is up 4.29%, largely driven by the contractual changes going from contract year 13 to, in many instances, contract year 16, correct? Can everyone scan the line items and see if there's any specific line items you would like
Capital
to
outlay
discuss?
would be the question.
Capital outlay. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that.
You said the plotter. So that would be on page 258. Is this all, I seem to recall this, was this a request from prior years too, or was this?
Don't remember in prior years, it's
I just wasn't surprised to see this, and I don't know why.
The engineering department has approximately 3 of these large type items, and I think I recall when Mr. Hurley was here, he mentioned that there may be a flexibility to buy something else. And I believe that the previous request was spent on a piece of survey equipment. So this has not been replaced, even though it was here. And similarly, if Mr. Hurley was here, there's another item he would request the same thing now, that this amount, if there is another large piece of equipment that fails before this, he'd like the flexibility to replace that instead of this.
Can I just ask what a plotter is?
Have you seen like a blueprint of a house or floor plan? It's the large, big piece of paper with a little pen is drawn around that and draws all the lines.
Yeah. It's how we make our full-size engineering plans, how they're drawn up.
Okay. Any other questions on this budget other than the plotter? And then there's the salary increase, and that's really driving the whole thing. Anybody else? Seeing none, since there's really nothing from the public, we'll go on to the next budget, which is street lighting, which is 4070, and it's page 223. I was confused by the write-up of this one, to be honest with you. Okay, so the budget summary, it's really on page 224, 225. It says the account should remain stable. Increases in delivery charges are offset by the reductions in the generation charges due to favorable unit rates and consumption reduction from LED lighting. But when I look at the budget, it's gone up almost $20,000. So it's not stable. So what's going on here? And it's gone up significantly from 2014 to 2016, from 630,000 to 695,000. So I know there was some rate increases and things like that. What's driving this?
I am looking for Mr. Bowman's notes on this to see if I could piece it together for you.
I do think it was just like the electrical count, it was a January 1st upgrade.
Yeah.
Yeah, the summary just doesn't make sense, and maybe it wasn't swapped out with the numbers itself. And it's certainly just a scary trend to think that it's gone up
Okay.
so much in a two-year period. It's
Yeah.
gone up 10%.
Okay. And I have the numbers how he built this current budget.
So do
But-
we, they're right
yep,
here.
Yep. And I have some backup on it too, but I can't compare it to the previous year to see whether the difference was in the actual number of units or the kilowatt charge, so that's something I could get back to you.
Yeah, because listen, we have the loan in here.
Yeah, we'd have to put this up against the prior years, this same calculation to in prior years to see what changed in these.
So it makes sense to get back with a more complete explanation for the board,
Yes.
especially given the hour.
Yeah.
Joe, at what point in time are they going to be replacing these streetlights with the LED lights, just like every homeowner's doing?
Okay, that I'll get back to you too. I know there's been talk about that, but I know it's not imminent, but I'll get back to you on the proposed schedule for them.
And if that's our cost, or is that UI, some program that they do, or do a loan for that we pay over time, like we've done on other projects that Mr. Bowman's worked on?
Well, they own the lights,
Yeah, I know.
so they would pay it, but there is a high capital cost to LED lights, so.
Excuse me?
Well, we've got a loan payment referenced in here.
Yeah, we did this, me and Mr. Tetra were on the Board of Selectmen when this downtown streetlights came on, the decorative street lamps, and that program worked well. And I don't know whether there's a similar program that other towns are using, or whether UI is trying to roll out their LED lights in obviously they cost a amount of money, but they also last like 10 times as long, and all this other stuff. But on the other hand, maybe it doesn't make sense for them to do it if they're making more money on electricity.
Yeah, I think Mr. Bowman has all those answers.
Yeah.
And knows those programs better than anybody else
I
in the
know,
state,
he does.
including UI. I would suggest that we postpone this discussion until he can come here and step us through that.
I agree.
That'd be great.
Can you ask him to
It's-
come to?
Because those are all good questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would like to get him back in here if that'd be possible and get.
And we wouldn't want him to miss the fun.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to tie him to with anything else he's talking about before us in the next couple of weeks.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, let's talk to him and see if we can't reschedule that, because I would like to understand this, because it is a disturbing trend on that. So thank you. So let's go on to WPCA, which is its own separate tab, I believe, right?
Yep. 311.
311, thank you, Jim. You go right ahead, Mr. Michelangelo.
Okay. The WPCA budget, as you know, is a separate
budget.
from the town budget. Was prepared by myself and Mike Fenoy, the superintendent. We went through it fairly thoroughly with the Water Pollution Control Authority. They recommended the 3% increase. We had originally proposed a higher increase, but they favored a 3% increase, and we basically worked the numbers to achieve their targeted increase.
Well, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Scary. They said, we want to increase our spending by 3%, and we said, okay, we'll work to make that happen.
Well, the original budget, which Mr. Fenoy and I prepared, was probably somewhere around 6.5%. We ran it by the board, the WPCA, and they had questions on a number of line items, and we rehashed all those, and their target was to for us to achieve a maximum 3% increase. We went back to them with line items that showed them as you see here. And I believe it was at their February meeting, they recommended approval of these items.
So again, this is a pretty substantial increase from 14 until 16. We went from 4.6 million to 5.2 million. What's driving those increases? So 100,000 is salary?
Correct. There's not only salary, but there's a contingency item
Yeah, I was
for
gonna-
future settlements that's based on solely the WPCA, so they'll absorb any contractual agreement.
I'm sorry, so this is the II Correctional Impro?
No, I was
No.
referring to...
He's talking about contingency on the next page, 314, line 58010.
Okay, let's
Correct.
go to, what's the 300,000 then? In Correctional Impro, because that's a huge piece of this.
What's the line item number, Mr. Flynn?
Sure, it's 54360.
Okay.
It's a bizarre title for the account.
I&I is a flow that we remove from our system. So any sanitary sewer system has inflow and infiltration, which robs our system of capacity. So theoretically, you want your pipes and your conveyance system to be sized to treat domestic sewage. When you have groundwater going into there, you're utilizing capacity that would otherwise be used for its intended purposes. So it's good to get the flow out of your system because you're conveying it, you're pumping it, you're treating it. So that's a goal in most.
So what does this pay for?
It pays to remove, its construction, to remove extraneous flow from our sanitary sewer system. In previous years, we were able to get two $300,000 grants from the DEP that were able to fund some of this program. But it's something that every sanitary sewer system, whether it's Washington, D.C., or Atlanta, or Boston, needs to do, get extraneous flow out of their system.
So how come we haven't done it in prior years, or why was it so low? Because you got grants?
Correct. There was at least two $300,000 grants that were for this purpose. You see, in our income line, we also get money from new connections. They pay a fee into our I&I fund, and we utilize that fund similarly to remove extraneous flow from our system.
Is this something, we talked at one point during this year, Mr. Tetra remind me, about some long-term capital needs in this area, right?
Correct.
Of
Did that back in September at our
mega
capital planning
project.
workshop.
Yeah. What's going on this, and is any of this related to, when you talk about quote-unquote construction, is this stuff that's all going to have to be redone later on? I mean, where do we stand right now?
Yeah. Two things. One, I think my impression is this is more of what I'll call day-to-day maintenance and things that need to be done on the system. You see as you get two issues. It's stormwater and sewage. if those lines combine, when you have a rain event, and with the amount of buildup and impervious surface, there's a lot more runoff. We drive the water to the drains. If you take a look at downtown as an example, we've done a good job of separating sewage from drainage in downtown. We now have a secondary problem, as you're well aware, is that we have flooding in downtown because we have all the drainage coming through the storm drain system, and we don't have the capacity to handle, the, if you will, the drainage runoff. So we're dealing with that as a kind of a collateral or unintended result of our work to eliminate the I&I. And I think you've seen in the past where, before Joe's time, Rich White has come before this group, talk about the cameras going through the pipelines and looking for
remember them doing it,
blockage
yeah.
and all of that. So that's part of the ongoing, if you will, maintenance on the system at large. I'll let Joe pick up the comments in terms of the longer-term planning on the major improvements.
Okay. And sticking with the I&I topic, one of the things that's happening right now as we speak, the biggest sewer line we have in town, which we call the East Trunk Line, which services basically this side of town, which is about 40% of our flow, is flowing about 300 feet that way right now, where the Rooster River is. So if you could picture building a house in the Rooster River over there with the basement floor at elevation 0, it's probably going to be filled with water. Well, that's what our sanitary sewer pipe is right now. So it's a concrete pipe with joints, and there's manholes, and that's not watertight, just like a basement wouldn't be there. So right now there is water flowing into that system right now, and some of it's brackish water, but that's water that is flowing to our plant now that we're paying to treat. And worse than that, when it rains, it's worse that it gets into the pipe. Sometimes it doesn't stay in the pipe. So we have I&I problems all over town, but that's the glaring example. So when we presented the long-range capital plan with many projects, we threw a number at $5 million just for the East Trunk Line. Some of the more immediate capital projects we were fortunate enough to get some grants recently to protect the wastewater treatment plant, hardening it's called, and that and the combination of the a microgrid project would isolate the plant during a future Storm Sandy, make it a dry island with its own power source to totally protect it. Now the microgrid is 100% funded. The hardening project is 75% funded. So even though the total of that is approximately $5.5 million, there's some capital money that the town's going to have to invest, whatever, $600,000. So that's a need that somebody's going to have to fund, either WPCA or they may be coming to this authority. We've discussed at the WPCA level, and there's some philosophical question whether they should fund it or not, but I'm sure you'll be hearing about that. The other major issue that we have to address now is that every sanitary sewer system, once again in Connecticut and the country, does a comprehensive plan of development, and they should do them every 20 years or when the flow starts getting close to your permanent limit. So we're approaching what we've long been at, our 90% threshold. Our plant is rated for 9 million gallons a day. We've been in the eights for years, so we're at that 90% threshold. And our last comprehensive development plan is getting about 17, 18 years old. So we've interviewed a consulting firm, got a proposal. Engineering consultants don't work cheap, $750,000. The Connecticut DEP is going to fund 55% of it, but still there is a outlay of money that needs to be done fairly soon to get that project going. Now, what that comprehensive plan of development will do is the probably 12 or 15 projects that I outlined last summer that me and Mike Vanoia threw round numbers at it, 2 million, 5 million, 20 million. That'll further, identify, refine not only the scope of the projects, but what needs to be done and what will the real cost be. So, what's the cost of rebuilding a 60-year-old concrete, 30-inch concrete pipe through a swamp? So, it's not cheap, and it doesn't take, you can't throw a number at it. You need more detailed plans, studies to get to that point.
Any questions on this, Mr. Mottola?
It's not on that exactly, just a clarification question. So the $5 million in this budget, is that something that the town is supplementing? And we have user fees for this, right?
Yes.
Correct, and basically the user fees are paying, the user fees are paying for the operation
money.
part of the budget.
Just to be clear, the dollars listed here do
Yes.
not impact the mill rate.
That's
They're
what I
paid
wanted
for
to
by the
know.
user fees.
So this is the budget for the WPCA that will be paid by user fees.
Correct.
Correct, and so.
So why does it come to us?
Decide we don't want it, we can reduce it.
Because I thought WPCA, my understanding, is a separate,
It's a commission.
no, it's an authority. It's not a commission.
That's authority.
It's different. So I'm just curious why it even comes before the Board of Finance, but that's a different issue. Thank you for answering the question.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
Joe, on
Lynch.
page 314, the contingency line at 58010 is a new contingency line that has never been funded before for $73,293. What is that for, and why is it popping up for the first time this year?
I believe that was just to fund the future salary contract settlements.
Is that correct?
Yeah, the town divided.
So what we're not supposed to talk about in
yeah,
public, we're talking about in public?
That's exactly right.
Great.
I didn't grab my mic quick enough.
I didn't know it was confidential.
And on that note,
I think the issue is in looking at the budget this year and reviewing it, we realize that the WPCA is in essence has a separate funding source. But if we don't have a contingency of some sort in there, they run into trouble with these lineups. They have no place to go. So we wanted to start building that up, and that was the first step in doing that.
any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. The hour is late. Do we have a motion? Mr. Brown, second. Mrs. Leclerc, all in favor of adjournment? Opposed? Abstentions? We're done, everybody. Good night.